Hello. I'm gonna go monitor this on my phone. Okay. Oh wait, that's not it. Hey bro, how are you? Hello. Hello. Um, good. I am trying to open the stream on my phone so that I may wait, what is the audio I'm hearing? Oh, I have okay. OBS open. That's what's happening. Okay. Ah! Okay. I want to monitor it on my phone because the computer will lag and this will be easier to see. Okay. How are you today? I'm sick. Gah. Oh, dude, I'm sorry you're sick. That sucks. The fastest click I've ever made. I'm geeked out, geeker. I'm happy it's going to be released, that face. When will it release? I don't know. I'm on the bus. Hi there, Eric. I saw your new art. I love it. Nobody can know when she will finish. Yeah, that's how I draw my power, is from no one knowing when I'll post Welcome to Hell 2. No one will ever know. I think I'm actually going to work on this shot instead. Okay. Thank you for enjoying the new art. I'm trying to get better at posting stuff online again. Yeah, I just feel like I've kind of fallen behind. I've talked about this a lot in the past and on other streams before too, but like it's tricky to go from like working on something, posting your art very publicly, and then like having a Patreon where sort of like all of the stuff I'm working on is very time consuming. So pretty much all my output is going to Patreon, and Patreon is behind a paywall. So like the general public doesn't know I'm working on anything and I have nothing to post, right? So it's like I want to get better at I do this every so often, like every couple years. I'm like, shit, I need to post more on social media. I need to like make sure people know I'm alive or whatever. Because also if I were better at that, then more people would have like got the notification that Welcome to Hell 2 came out. Like, so I'm trying to get better at that. I think I mentioned this last stream, but I was talking to my wife and she was like, you know what I really like from artists I follow is just like when they post little drawings of their guys. Like I just want little drawings of the guys. And I'm like, yeah, I know I need to be doing that. But I've also kind of like, I'm trying to get over, like, I also sort of have this fear that I'm like, how many drawings can I do of Sock being an annoying little guy and Jonathan being annoyed by him? Like I've done that drawing. That's the like you know what I mean? It's like how many different ways can I draw that before it's like there's nothing interesting about, you know what I mean? Like I don't know, do I post like character sheets? Do I like come up with prompts? I do have prompts because I want to do a little zine eventually of like a bunch of different outfits and stuff. I guess that's sort of what I was thinking of when I did the little illustration that I posted recently. But yeah, I don't know, just trying to like get back in the habit of posting stuff online, and I don't know, so that people are excited about what I'm working on, I guess. So what I'm working on today is a sequence that I like totally reposed the other day because it was boring, like nothing was happening, and I'm trying to come up with new poses that are like funnier, and to kind of like take the pressure off of myself, I literally like I took the like the line smoothing and everything off of the pen, and just like to make the lines like super wiggly and stupid looking. Just like, you know what, these drawings don't, because I feel like the drawings were getting really stiff. The drawings from the storyboards were really stiff. I had done these like when I don't know, was going through it. I don't know, I just was sort of struggling to do a confident drawing. And it's like I don't want to clean up those drawings because they're like stiff and weird looking. So I'm like trying to come up with something kind of funnier or more cartoony for Sock to do here. But you know what I mean? It's just like turn the pen pressure off and do the worst drawing I've ever done to get it out. And I'm gonna add his body line there, and then anyway. So yeah, let's see what the chat's up to. Oh, how do I get the chat on my phone? There we go. There's just an ad in the way. I remember the last time I watched this, it repaired a section of my childhood. I'm glad it repaired a section of your childhood. What's the outcome of that expression? You'll never know until it releases, maybe. Is it hard to draw on a computer? Yes and no. I was talking about this a little bit last stream, but like the computer makes all of the other aspects of animation easier, in my opinion. And I don't know. I mean, I still feel very strongly like nothing really beats the feeling of drawing pencil on paper. There's just kind of nothing quite like that. I heard it described once. I heard someone say that like the sensation of drawing on paper is like you're pushing the line, like you're pushing it sort of out of the pen. There's a push physic to it, whereas when you're drawing on a computer it feels like pulling. And I think that's true. I think that's pretty accurate. And it also depends on like what like screen you're drawing on or whatever. I have a really old Cintiq because I like the way it feels. I think the screen feels better. It has a little more resistance to it. The new ones are kind of smoother and I don't like that. But yeah, but the in the long run ease of drawing digitally is sort of worth it's a trade-off I'm willing to make. Oh, and now I do want the line smoothing on. You know, because it's it just makes everything easier. You know, if you draw something and you're like, that's not quite the right size or the proportions are wrong, you don't have to like erase it and redraw that thing. You can just like, you know, select the part that's wrong and like just like, you know, it's just, you know, everything else kind of becomes easier. So for something like animation, you know, it's not that there's not, you know, not that animating on paper traditionally isn't like badass. It's totally cool and I love it, but just like it makes the whole overall process easier for me. So that is why I do it. But yeah, but the actual drawing I think is slightly less enjoyable. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for the overall process, but I don't know. There are things I like about it. Or like, you know, if you don't like the color of something, it's just like, well, fucking change it. Like, just see what that looks like. I spent so much time the other day on this little illustration that I posted. I spent so much time like figuring out the plaid pattern for like Jonathan's shirt and Sock's like skirt. Like, partly because like that shirt was based on like a shirt I actually used to have, and I was like trying to remember what it looked like. And like, no, that wasn't quite it. It had this color in it, you know, like, well, how do I do a shirt? And then I wanted to like draw it in perspective too. And anyway, so like, it's easier to do stuff like that. I guess, digitally, because it's less of an overhaul to try and fix something. But I'm gonna have to look at the chat in a second because I'm running out of sentence. Also, oh no, am I hungry? Did I start streaming while I'm hungry? Fuck. I might have to eat. I might have to eat on screen. And I'm gonna have to charge you guys for it. Okay, let's see what the chat is saying. Holy fucking fart. I'm gonna listen to this while I skateboard. Oh, interesting. Your doodle pads. Oh. My doodle pads. My sketchbooks. That's funny. My dad is in the chat right now. I know because he signed it ... dad. Thank you, Dad. I hope that's okay that I just outed my dad. He did it to himself. How do you draw hands? What? Dude, I don't know. Okay. You guys need to watch the other streams because I was talking the other day about how to draw hands. Someone was like, how do I draw hands? You're so much better at it than me. And I'm not actually that good at drawing hands. But I think part of the struggle of drawing hands is like, if you're drawing like an illustration, like you're doing a like a posed out drawing, and you're like, oh, how do I, like, that's why so many kids who are learning to draw, like, put the characters' hands behind their back so you don't have to draw the hands, because it's like, well, you don't really know like confidently what pose you've just drawn. So like, I think if you just fill a sketchbook page with like doodles of hands, it kind of takes the pressure off of drawing hands and having to think about, because you're not having to think about like, what do I need to be doing for this specific pose in this drawing of a character I made, right? Like, you just practice drawing hands until the hands become less intimidating, you know? And then you'll kind of have like an idea of how to draw it in all these different angles. And then when you're actually doing some specific drawing where a character is posed out, you kind of have like a bank of knowledge in your head of like, what does it look like to draw the hand at all of these angles. Yeah. Let me see what else the chat is saying. I had surgery yesterday. I'm still recovering, and I definitely wouldn't miss this live stream. Dying. That's funny. Low key. Sorry, I don't want you guys to look at the top of my head while I'm. Let's see. That whole drawing them differently problem to stay active. You could just draw that one. Sock as a sock. Yeah, I hope, sorry, person who had surgery, I hope you feel better. Thank you for making my favorite thing in the whole world. Thank you for making it your favorite thing in the whole world. Dad support. Hi, hungry dad. I kind of feel like John sometimes, because when I get off the bus, I've got to walk down the road. Plus, I've got a gray sweater. Wow. Yeah, that is what it feel like. Oh yeah, no, you don't literally need to watch the other streams. That's okay. I don't go back and watch people's streams. I honestly don't like watching people live stream. I'm like, dude, where's the script? Give me the script. Give me the highlights. So I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I like doing it, but yeah, I myself find them dull, so I don't. So I'm glad you guys like it. Someone asked if I would ever work with Glitch, and then someone else said, I think Glitch needs to reach out. I do think you need to pitch to Glitch, actually. I have a friend that did that. And I know some people who work with them, but I don't know exactly what the, like, I am open to that. I just don't know exactly like how to approach it yet, or if that's like a viable route. But yeah, I don't know. Not sure. It does seem that they're pretty, like, they put a lot of trust in their creators to do the thing, which is nice. One of the sort of problems with Welcome to Hell is, like, I don't really know how to. It's a weird thing to pitch. Like, it's a weird there's some stuff about it, like, that is, I'm not sure really, like, demographically how it works. Or, like, people would have notes, you know what I mean? Like, there'd be, and that's fine. Like, I do think creators should be given, like, obviously I think it's kind of a bad idea to just, like, give someone the reins for the most part, and, like, with no sort of development or pushback or whatever. Like, I do think development is kind of important, but it also kind of, sometimes something just gets, like, stuck in development hell, or, like, worked to death, or turned into something different. I don't know. I do think it's helpful for artists to receive, like, criticism and notes and stuff like that. But I guess my point is that I think Glitch seems like the kind of place that's, like, really interested in understanding the artist's original vision. Whereas, like, a studio would be more like, well, this is our vision and our brand, and how do we make your thing fit into that? Like, how do we smush it into that? This is what we're going for, or this is what's popular right now. So this is what we're going to try and, they kind of want to, like, mold something a little bit. So yeah, I'm, you know what I mean? I'm, like, definitely open to that. I just don't really know how to approach it right now. Maybe it's something I'll consider. Maybe it's something I'll consider in the future. I do know they're, like, accepting, I think, or I thought that they were, like, accepting outside pitches for, like, indie stuff. And I know they picked up a couple outside things, so maybe. But yeah, I don't know. And it does look like they're, like, dipping a toe into 2D now, which is kind of cool. And I've said this before, but Welcome to Hell is a cheaper looking show than a lot of 2D shows. So, it's cheap. It's cheap to make, possibly. I mean, like, the hand-drawnness is expensive, but, I'm just kind of rambling. Gonna look at the chat in a second. Try and catch up. I'll do that right now, because I need something to talk about while I draw the same line over and over again. Draw it, undo it, draw it, undo it, draw it, undo it, until it looks right. I'm greedy and rude for wanting you to not go with Glitch, because then Welcome to Hell will get the popularity it deserves, and with that comes annoying fans, the ones. I'm very lucky that Welcome to Hell doesn't have annoying fans. You guys are all super cool. And chill. Like, I've encountered very little, like, fandom drama with fans of this, which has been pretty cool. And I think that's partly because it's, like, smaller. But anyway. Tim and Yaoi, and they watch it. Well loved and awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. When I say cheap, I do mean, like, budgetarily, like, I mean, I don't know. I say that just because, like, Welcome to Hell is something that doesn't look as polished as, like, Guinevere, but, like, I don't know, I'm just, hand-drawn animation is expensive, I guess. I feel like it's getting less indie as they acquire more projects. That's interesting, because, like, that is just sort of what happens, right? Like, you start a small company, and it kind of has to grow. Like, that's sort of the nature of a company, right? It sort of has to, at the very least, if it's going to take on more projects, it has to be able to sustain itself. It's more projects, bigger projects that are maybe out of their wheelhouse, something they haven't tried yet. Like they need money to sort of, so it does kind of need to become a bigger, like more money making endeavor, right? Like that's just sort of the nature of it. So you're not wrong about that, but it's like, I don't know, it's interesting. I learned recently that like some people are upset about them releasing the last episode or two of Digital Circus in theaters, and I guess I kind of understand why. It's gonna go up, but I don't understand how that's, for me, like that doesn't seem any different really than like, oh, I posted the episode first on my Patreon for all of them to see, and then I'll post it on YouTube later. Like they're just kind of doing that, just like at the scale of publicly being released in theaters, you know what I mean? And like, good for them. They need to make money if like if they're going to be taking on all these new expensive hand-drawn shows, you know, like they kind of, so it's interesting, like, you know, people can kind of sense a studio or a company becoming a larger scale thing, and they sort of sense what that like feels like or whatever. And anyway, it's just sort of like a necessity of operating a business, I guess. It's a double-edged sword, I guess. Let's see. I've been kind of keeping up with the story since the original, but this is my first stream. Sock gave me the most gender envy without me even knowing. Cool. I'm glad you're tuning in for a stream. I do get similar comments about Sock unlocked gender for a lot of people, which is really funny. Are you the only animator for it? Yes, right now. Will you stay live until the wife gets back? Probably. I might continue even after wife gets back. I don't always stop streaming because my wife came home, but that's just been like, it has so happened that I'm like, okay, well, I've been going for 3 hours and wife just came back, so this is a good chance to cut it off. She doesn't mind if I stream while she's here. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how long I go. I was gonna stream yesterday, but I got sidetracked because, oh, here's something I can talk about. So Dropbox, the file storage service, I got that in college to store Welcome to Hell, like to have a backup, an online backup of Welcome to Hell. And at the time, I don't remember how much storage they offered for free, but it was enough to host Welcome to Hell, like the whole, like all the project files and everything. Or maybe I paid for it. I don't think I did. I think they just used to offer like, I don't know, however many gigs of space for free, and now they don't. Now they've changed, you know what I mean? There's a payment plan and blah blah blah, and you know that's cool, really good for them. But I constantly get emails from Dropbox that are like, you're 64 gigs over your limit. You need to delete some files or buy a plan. And I'm like, well, whose fault is that? You changed what the plans were. Whose fault is that, Dropbox, that I'm 64 gigs over my limit? What are you going to do about it? Like, they just keep telling me I need to like upgrade to get more space. And I'm like, but nothing's happening. It's like, well, my files are still there. They're not mysteriously disappearing. It's a little fucky. Like, it won't always let me like look at a preview of something, but the files are still hosted there. And it's like, make me, Dropbox. Like, so for years I've just been like, oh no, Dropbox says I need to upgrade my fucking storage space. What are you going to do? Yesterday, I got an email that's like, if you don't upgrade your storage space or delete some of your files by May 8th, we're going to just delete random files. And I was like, fuck, shit. Okay, so, and because I'm such a stubborn, broke bitch, I was like, I'm not paying for more of this shit. So I downloaded, I don't think anything's gonna happen. I don't think they're actually gonna delete the files, but I'm like, what if they do? And then I just don't think I have the hard drive that I had them all backed up on anymore. And so I'm like, you know what? I should back up Welcome to Hell 1. Am I ever going to need these files again for anything in my life? No, probably not. But like, I should have them just to have them. What if I want to remaster it or something? Just to have them, right? Like, if they do get deleted, they get deleted out of existence. So And because Dropbox is a little bitch, it wouldn't let me just download the whole folder of Welcome to Hell. It was like, no, there's too many files. I can't zip it. It's too big. So I had to go in individually and like download every sub folder and back them up on a hard drive somewhere. Anyway, so you finally did it, Dropbox. Congratulations. You won this round. Next time, there's not going to be a next time because I'm done. I don't use Dropbox for anything anymore, but like, touche. Dropbox, touche. You finally got me. Anyway, why was I talking about that? That's why I didn't stream yesterday, because I've been streaming on Thursdays and it's been working out pretty well. But yesterday I was like, no, I need to use my entire afternoon to back up a film I made 10 years ago, just in case I ever want to open it again. Like, I don't know. So that was on me. But it had to be done. It must be done. So Welcome to Hell 1 is all backed up now on a hard drive. The hard drive that I originally had it backed up on was like, this was from before, like we made portable hard drives, but they weren't like powered. They weren't USB powered yet. And they weren't like solid state. They were like, it was like a big fucking brick and you needed to plug it into the wall and it like there was like a fan inside of it. It was like a tiny little computer case that had anyway. So that was the hard drive that it was backed up on, and I don't think it works anymore. I think I broke the little USB, like the connection, the bus thing. So that's what I did yesterday instead of streaming. So yeah, I just kind of stream when I can. Let's see. Oh, I see Capsule Ghost is in the chat. Oh, I read a comment from you earlier and I didn't know that that's what it was. False, I'm a fan and I'm very annoying and unchill. Let's see. Sorry, I gotta catch up on this. Always has drama going on. TIDC. Yeah. I mean, it's just the nature of a bigger fandom, right? There's more people, there's more drama. I feel that way about Los Angeles. Like, everyone's like, oh my god, like, LA drivers are so bad. And it's like, no, I think they're the regular amount of bad. I think there's just more of them because it's a densely populated city. So the likelihood with which you encounter bad drivers is simply higher. And the congestion makes it so that people are constantly at their wits' end. Anyway, that's how it feels to be a part of a bigger fandom, is my point. I think it was rough for some people, very antisocial, and it's difficult to want to go out in public for something like that, plus interactions with various kinds of fans. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think the hardest thing about something like that is, like, now all of the people who aren't gonna go see it just have to wait until it's online, and so you have to, like, avoid spoilers or whatever. I personally don't really care about seeing spoilers for a thing. It kind of just makes me, like, more excited to see it. But if you do, it's like, all of the social media sites have, like, a way to, like, block tags or, like, keywords of stuff that you don't want to see. Like, just, I don't know, just block all the tags. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm old and that's not how they work anymore. I also want to elaborate on the heart attack you gave me and many others, I'm sure, when you released the first part of part 2. We just call them wife. Her name's Katie. I've talked about her before, and I've linked to her, I reblog her stuff on, like, social media and stuff, or on Blue Sky. She deleted all of her social medias except Blue Sky, but her name's Katie. I can call her Katie. It's just the chat was saying wife, so I'm wife TM. I really like how things are now. It's easier to interact with you. Thank you. I give repository. Dropbox. Oof. My work has Dropbox, and it's set up in a way where they think my company is one guy with 600 computers, and it may or may not collapse one day because of that. They think that, or that is the case? Because I feel like some companies probably are. A company can be one guy with 600 computers. It's so fascinating, like listening to a big studio also talk about their like storage or like computer concerns. It's like just like talking to the IT people at like some of the studios I've worked at is really interesting. They have like backups that happen like every 15 minutes or some shit for like every computer in the whole studio, and it's just like, dude, that's fucking bonkers. Um, and if there's like a power outage or something, it's like a whole ordeal. Let's see. Cloud storage is going to be more and more expensive as chip shortage gets worse, and it makes me want to host my own server. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. I kind of don't want them to get along. It's great to see them fighting. The girlies are fighting, yes. Um, Calling their bluff is so funny. Me and my boyfriend are planning on cosplaying Sock and Jonathan together. Cry. Hell yeah. Good for you guys. Didn't mean to say cry. Alright, that's cool. As a professional animator, do you have any tips for building portfolio for animation school? All I can find is tips how to build a portfolio for a job. Also, how does studying animation look like? Do I have any tips for that? Hold on. Every time I get a question, I need to like sort of like try and reset to a previous save state where I can remember where I was at that point in my life and what advice would have been helpful. Building a portfolio for an animation school. Yeah, I would I mean, I guess it kind of depends the school a little bit. Like, if you have the opportunity to reach out to someone from the school, a lot of schools will have like representatives that that you can talk to, or that will go around to, you know, high schools or other community colleges, campuses, and do portfolio reviews and stuff like that. Not every school does, but if a school that you're looking into has something like that, I would recommend looking into that, because the school I ended up going to had a representative come do portfolio reviews at the community college I was going to at the time. And I put a bunch of stuff in there that I thought was like what an art school would want to see. And what the reviewer was actually interested in was my like stupid little animation stuff. She was like, oh, this looks fun. This looks like what you're actually interested in doing. We want to see what you're actually interested in doing, right? And I mean, I think that probably differs from school to school. Like, I don't know. Maybe anyone in the who has more recently got accepted into art school can like sound off in the comments if you have better advice than I do. The school that I went to wanted to see, like, what do you want to make? What are you interested in? What is your vision? What is the art you want to make and the story that you want to tell, right? But some colleges might want to see more, like, that you have good fundamentals, you know? So I don't exactly know. I mean, maybe a little bit of both, like add a little bit of fundamentals, like, hey, look, I can do still lifes and here's some life drawing and, you know, whatever, that kind of basic sort of art fundamental stuff, but also include stuff that you're passionate about. Like, what is the art? I have heard other artists say that. I remember we had Jorge Gutierrez came to speak at our school, you know, back when I was in school. And this was kind of like right before he really like, it was like right before Book of Life came out. So he was like obviously an industry professional, but he really like popped off, I think, right after that. But he was talking about getting accepted into CalArts, and that it was like a similar kind of thing where they wanted to see the art that he wanted to make that was him, that was like, what is your soul? You know what I mean? Like, so I do think that advice is helpful. I think put what you're actually interested in exploring during your time at art school into the portfolio. And like, you know, you just sort of pepper it a little bit with like, here's my fundamentals and stuff, but maybe focus on, here's the thing I really want to do. That's my advice. I don't know if that advice is accurate anymore or not. Maybe so. Again, if there's anyone in my chat who has like more recently gone to school or got accepted, maybe you can go off about that. Additionally, what does studying animation look like? That I think varies from school to school. I went to a school where the studying was very self-directed. There was a lot of self-directed. You had to be very motivated to do things on your own because the school didn't always have the resources. So I think it kind of depends on the school that you go to. Like if you go to a school that's like if you're going to CalArts and going through their character animation program or something, that's going to be a different experience than the school I went to. So, that's gonna kind of vary. I think for me, putting myself in college in a space where I have to work on art, it's not just a thing I'm doing for fun on the side. It's like something I'm actually here to do. Like I'm paying money to be here and I need to complete these projects. Like, and also putting yourself in an environment where everyone else is in the same boat as you and everyone else is kind of working towards a similar goal. Like I found that very motivational. That's something that I needed. I didn't have the drive to do that on my own, and I'm comfortable admitting that. But yeah, I think that's, it's sort of, it looks like to me putting yourself in a place where you've dedicated yourself to focusing on this thing and getting better at it. Let's see. All right, I'm sorry, I'm still behind I'm still reading the chat talking about my fucking Dropbox drama. If you had to choose any game to have Welcome to Hell characters in it, which one would it be? IDK, what else to ask? I love Fortnite collabs, so it'd be a dream for me. I don't play enough video games to have an opinion on that. I really don't play any modern video games, so I don't have an answer for that, but you guys, if you would like to sound off in the comments or fantasize about Welcome to Hell Fortnite skins, please do. Maybe Neopets? I'm just kidding. Sock and Jonathan in Smash Bros. They wouldn't Jonathan just wouldn't be able to do anything. Am I the only one who keeps imagining Sock and Jonathan singing Mamma Mia songs together? Okay. You might be the only one imagining that, but what a blessed thing to be imagining. Capsule says, also PSE, the spinning disk hard drives are safer for long-term storage than the... Really? For strange electrical reasons? I didn't know that. Well, shit, maybe I should fix my old fucking spinning disk hard drive. Didn't know that. What kind of tablet are you using? It is a Cintiq 21UX, which is the first Cintiq they ever made. It's like a 20-year-old Cintiq. Still working. I've got a million different adapters on it to go into whatever the fuck port is on my computer. And finding the correct driver is always a pain in the ass. It's not the one you think it is. It's I can't just download the Wacom driver from the English website. I have to specifically go to the Asian one. For some reason the file is wrong. Maybe they fixed it, but at least several years ago, the last time I had to download the driver for this tablet, everyone was like, dude, yeah, for some reason the file they have on the English website is busted. You got to get it from the Wacom Asia website. So anyway, I'll jump through a lot of hoops to make an old piece of technology still work. Except apparently fixing the bus on my spinning disk SUV, Jesus Christ, SSD drive, not SSD. External drive. Too many words, too many abbreviations. Let's see. Right, I do agree, and I'm so scared for the spoilers. On Twitter, people don't always post the tags. You just put a random caption and it's good. Yeah, it kind of became out of fashion to put tags, I feel like, on stuff. People don't always post the tags, they just, yeah. Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm a bit late, but also I was wondering, Erica, you were raised on early years YouTube, so did you have any faves you watched? And is there a chance you know Dan and Phil? Dan and Phil? Dan and Phil does not sound familiar to me, but maybe tell me what their full names are or what the channel was. Was the channel called Dan and Phil? Diesel powered Cintiq, yeah. You have to yank a ripcord to get it started. Hell yeah. It's like starting up a lawnmower. It's diesel punk. Okay. I'm not sure what Dan and Phil is, but let me think. Old YouTube faves that I watched. God, I have to think. Did I have any old YouTube faves that I watched? I feel like I'm constantly like unearthing, like when I'm hanging out with my friends, we're like, oh yeah, this fucking thing. Like some old shit that we used to watch. I don't feel like all of it was always on YouTube though. So I don't know. I'm trying to think. This isn't that old, but like I was kind of briefly into Jenna Marbles when she was kind of first. Well, I don't know. She'd been doing it for like years, but I don't know exactly at what point. Like I didn't like watch her stuff all the time, but I found her charming. What else? God, what else? What were some old YouTube folks? Like Whitest Kids You Know? Like that kind of stuff? Or are we just talking like... Are we talking like creators or like videos? Like I could get more granular about like specific videos that I used to watch, but yeah, I don't know. Hold on 1 second. Against my better judgment, I'm going to get nuts because I'm hungry, you see. The last time I got nuts and I set them here, I dunked my hand in my coffee. So I'm gonna try and not do that again. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta think about that. The YouTube thing. Gosh, I need Welcome to Hell friends. The dynamic of Jonathan and Sock has always been so interesting to me. Thank you, Erica, for creating such a strong fan base of queers who want more queers. You are welcome. Imagine Sock as the fighter and Jonathan is just a summon that runs away. That makes sense. This is my first time seeing one of your lives. Love your work so much. Gah, hi, this is so cool. Thank you. As you can see, I'm going to spend the entire time just doing 2 drawings because I'm talking to everyone. Fun fact. There are regularly experiments with crystal storage in which you arrange a crystal atomic structure to save data. So, yeah, like in She-Ra, Netflix. Dude, hell yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the future. where we save files in power crystals. Bring on the power crystals. All these tech bro oligarchs think that we want robots and self-driving cars. I want fucking power crystals. Like, dude, that would rule. Sorry, I just like stopped after that. I was like thinking about how cool it would be to just have like all of my shit backed up on like a fucking crystal. Let's make staves and wands. And then I can like, okay, whatever. The more technologies, you know, the more it gets, the more it becomes, like the deeper we go into this, the more I'm like, I just want to go live in the woods. I mean, not fully live in the woods. I still want to make Welcome to Hell. You know what I mean? I just like, I don't want everything to have a camera in it. I don't want everything to be reading my license plate. Like, I don't want, you know, I don't like the surveillance. I'm just gonna say it, kind of an unpopular hot take. Not really into the surveillance. Not really into the state surveillance. You may not like to hear it, but this drawing doesn't make any sense, but that's okay. I'm considering it an impact drawing. Alright, I should catch up on the chat in a second. I gotta find like a good thing to talk about for a while I draw, so I can like actually just draw. Are you still working on the anima adjacent opening? I guess anime? Yeah, I am. Oh, I almost did it! I almost dropped my hand in the coffee! The nuts are going over here. The nuts are going on the piano. Sorry. I don't like setting things on my piano, but it's the price I must pay to not dunk hand in coffee. Guy who did spooky ghost tutorials. Oh, dude! Oh, Capsule. That guy that we were... Sorry, I just dropped a nut. I dropped a nut! Man down! This is a disaster, you guys. I don't know why I thought I could eat nuts on stream. That guy that did the tutorials, Ed Atlin, I think his name was, he, like, recently put... Like, I think he put all of those tutorials in, like, a playlist or something. Like, it came up on my feed, like he had done some recent activity. And I kind of wonder if that's because we were, like, trying to find his channel. Like, trying to remember that guy. But yeah, that guy was funny. I guess he's old YouTube. Kids these days don't know about gentle marbles. Are you fully animating this in TV Paint? Yes. I'm not compositing it in TV Paint. But yeah, it's all animated in TV Paint. Cleaned or colored in TV Paint. Composited in After Effects. And then cut it all together in Premiere. Put an animatic together using a combination of TV Paint and Premiere. Yes, their joint channel was Dan and Phil Games, but their full usernames were Amazing Phil Lester, and Dan is not on fire. Dan Howell. I don't recall them, but there's a lot of like blind spots that I have from that era. I'd have to look them up. I'm sorry, I don't really know them. Or they don't sound familiar. What did they do? Just like, oh, okay, it was games. Okay. I didn't watch a lot of Let's Play stuff. Like I watched a little bit of Game Grumps for a bit, just because like they're actually pretty funny and they like take improv classes or whatever. Like they treat it very seriously. But like when they'd start talking about the video games a little too much, I was like, I can't do this. Like, I think it's helpful to like have someone who is good at like actually sort of being an entertainer a little bit. Goodbye, my girls. I must clean my room. Thank you for everything, Erica. You are welcome. Have fun cleaning your room. Hot take, Palantir bad. Named after the bad thing from Lord of the Rings, where evil always watches. Dude, I don't understand it. I don't understand these guys. It's been a while. Is everyone doing well? Kinda. Is TV Paint easy to learn how to use? Seems not. I think... Okay. If you have used Photoshop before, like if you're familiar with something like Photoshop or like Clip Studio, like a raster image editing. Sorry, the mic is probably picking up all of my disgusting mouth sounds. I moved the mic closer, by the way. People were complaining that it was too quiet, and there's not much I could do about it because I have to put all these different like filters on the mic to make it not sound like shit. So I just moved it and I made it like closer to me. So hopefully that is better in terms of volume. And also an added benefit is you get to hear all of my squelching. It's like watching Netflix. Just put a squelching subtitle at the bottom of this stream. So if you've used like a raster based program before, like Photoshop or something like that, in my opinion, TV Paint is similar to that, but it has a timeline. Like, the like hotkeys are a little different because it's French. But you can change all that shit to be like whatever you're comfortable with, you know? But you know what I mean? It like... Okay, so this is... Okay, like I don't have... I guess I can show you guys the layout. I have the screen kind of cropped to just the like workspace, but... Oh. Let me fuck with this for a second. Or make it fit. Can I just fit the whole thing? Let's see. Changing my scene on the fly. It's not gonna fit exactly because, again, I'm using a Cintiq that's so old. It's literally 4:3 ratio. Let me show you. Maybe I can just give you a little whirl around the layout. Let's see. All right, so sorry, I'm gonna wait for the stream to catch up so I can actually see what it looks like. Have you tried Eba's Painter? Are you too good for it? I haven't tried. I'm not too good for it. I'm under the impression it's pretty good. I haven't tried it because I don't have a need for it. Like I have other programs that I use, but you know, I've heard it's good. I have used like Photoshop alternatives before, you know what I mean? Like I've used GIMP and what's the other one? There's another one. There's one with like a fire or something, or Fox, not Firefox. Anyway, okay. So here's the layout of TV Paint. Like, you've got your tool shit over here on the left. Um, line you can draw with, line shapes, whatever, fill bucket. And then like when you click on a thing, it gives you all of the like settings down here that you can kind of fuck with: the size, the power, opacity, aliasing, whatever. A fill bucket. You can set the range of the fill bucket. You can set the expand, so like how many pixels does it go outside of that? Like it's just kind of like the same things you can make Photoshop do, basically. But well, Photoshop doesn't have a expand. You know what I mean? There's a setting to make it the selection expand or whatever. There's a selection tool. There's a magic wand. There's all these. What's a little like some things are a little different. Like say you do your selection tool, you've got a marquee selection like this or whatever. In Photoshop, you can just kind of click away to make it go away, and it did. It just went away. I didn't know it. Wait. You can double click and make it go away. I just learned that. Dude, for fucking 10 years, I've been going up here to like clear selection to get rid of it. Fuck, bro. Really? You double click and it goes the fuck away, dog. And I'm sure there's like a keyboard shortcut also, but I'm just showing you like there's like a so I don't think TV Paint is hard to learn, but like there are like little differences between this and like other programs that you're like kind of learning the eccentricities. I still learn stuff about it. Like just now I have learned that I can double click to make the marquee selection go away. I didn't fucking know that. Jesus H. Christ. Anyway, yeah, a little color picker down here. It's got a slider, you got a mixer, you can mix. That's kind of fun. I never use that. It's got, it says light table, but this would be like onion skins in like Flash or Toon Boom or whatever. And you can set, how many frames in front of and behind that you want to see, and like what level of opacity do you want to see them at. You can change the color that they appear as. Oh, whoops. I changed the color on accident. I didn't want to. There's like some things that are slightly different. Like, okay, for instance, like the color picker, if I just click on the color that I have selected over here, like the arrow, the pointer, the cursor gets like a question mark, that it like automatically becomes like a eyedropper tool. And so I could like pick anything else to like get that color. And what's interesting about it is it doesn't just let you pick a color from like your workspace. It's like I can pick the color of the button, and it's like, you can pick something on the interface and it'll also like eyedrop that color, which is kind of weird. It like uses your entire display to eyedrop from. So yeah, there's that. And then there's a timeline down here. You got your little audio that you imported in. I never use this, but there's where did it go? How do I get to it? I don't know where it went. There's like a little thing for doing hand-drawn notes. Oh wait, there it is. Here it is. There's like a little thing here that you can like write notes to yourself about something on a timeline. It's kind of like not exactly an X sheet, but erase all the strokes in the timeline notes for the selected color. Yeah. So you could write little notes to yourself about, I just write them on the frame because I'm a crazy person. But anyway, there's that. And you've got, the layers work the same way they do in Photoshop. You can make them visible or invisible. I always have like a layer underneath of like your socks model sheet so I can like reference it. You can lock layers. It's pretty similar. It's just, except it's a timeline. It goes this way, and you can make little keyframes. The keyframes are designated by these little, you can see like where there's an individual frame on the timeline, and you can kind of drag them around to change the timing of it or whatever, and it'll show you like, I hope the screen record is getting my like cursor I think it is. But anyway, like, you can see how many frames that is. Just kind of drag it around. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty straightforward. Like there's like some weird eccentricities, but like I think it's pretty straightforward for the most part. Like it has some weird shit too, something I thought was really cool that I didn't know you could do when I first, like, again, just whoops, one of the weird things that I like sometimes it's an adjustment moving back and forth between programs, right? Oops, okay, I have that set to above. Okay, so like you can do things like, say for instance with your fill bucket, like you can change the source, like what is the fill bucket referencing. So layer would be like, oh, it's referencing this layer, like that thing that I drew. Above would be like it references the layer above it. So that's really useful for, say you want to like color in line art, and a lot of times you do the color underneath the line art, so you can just go to a layer, underneath, right? I'll make a new layer and like, oops, I don't know why I clicked on that. And okay, well now it's still on layer, but I'll go above and now it like just references the lines of sock. And like, because I have it set, the range is only at 3, like you can see this like aliasing pretty bad. So like, I don't know, change the rate, what do I usually do it at? Like 200? It depends on what the lines look like. You can expand it, like, okay, it expanded by a couple pixels. You can set a gap closer. So like, if like, if there's like a line that's not closed, like you can kind of set it to account for that. You can reference the lines underneath. You can reference the display, which is weird. It's like, well, actually it doesn't work the way I thought it did. The range is, whatever. I'm not going to explain it right now. But like there's a bunch of little weird shit it can do that's like kind of superfluous that you will like eventually find a use for. Like that's what I like about it. I wouldn't say it's hard to learn, but it has like, sometimes you'll realize it can do something kind of weird and you're like, I wonder what the application for that is. And then like later on you'll kind of, realize that, like, I don't know, it can do this other thing where, let's say I start a new file, it doesn't really have like, what would you call it? Like comps, like compositions in After Effects, or symbols or something that like what Flash or Toon Boom would have. But it does have this weird thing you can do where like you can, I don't know if this is interesting to anyone or not. If this is not interesting, I'm sorry, but it does have this weird thing you can do where you can set it to reference another file. So like I can make the source project list scene 14. So now like this file is like referencing this file that I have open, and you can kind of create a file that's like compositing another file. I don't know. It's strange. I've done this a couple times. Like if I need to do a camera movement, there's a newer version of TV Paint that I have is like the student version, and you can see the little camera tool is grayed out. I don't have camera movements that I can do in this. Oh, I don't have professional edition. I need to upgrade it. But like what I've been doing as a workaround, if I need to do a camera movement, is like just doing it in another like file and setting it to reference the file that needs to be camera moved. So I don't know. It's just like there's weird shit like that where you're like, that's super strange. I don't know what I'd use that for. And then like at some point you're like, oh, I could use it like a camera. I'm sure there's some other use for it too. But yeah, it has like kind of a wealth of options of shit that you will probably never use or stumble upon accidentally and not understand why it's there. But I don't think like the interface itself, I think, is pretty like self-explanatory. I think it's pretty easy to understand, but I don't know. That was my little tour of TV Paint, I guess, for you guys if anyone's interested. And yeah, I'm sorry, I have it set to like the ugly 90s gray color. I don't like the way it looks in dark mode. It's too high of a contrast. Um, anyway, I'm gonna crop this again so that it's just the workspace. You guys don't need to see all that boring bullshit. Okay. Now to catch up with the chat. Let's see. I used TV Paint like twice for Goblin's studies. Do you mean like they released some like files that you could like play with or whatever? That would be kind of cool. But yeah, that makes sense that like a you know, it's the choice of the French. It's easy and legal. Firefox doesn't even look like a fox anymore. What was the designer thinking? Yeah. Fire Alpaca. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Fire Alpaca. That was the other program I was trying to think of. I love whoever designed this back in the day decided to make the select all this color the magic wand symbol. Yeah. I also do the clear selection thing in Krita. I should look up the shortcut once and for all. Okay, yeah, so Krita has a similar thing. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I just like never looked up the shortcut for, and I just like the shortcut is just doing the thing. Like I do that I think fairly quickly, and I'm sure it would just take like a week of rewiring my brain to like actually use a keyboard shortcut, but sometimes I'm like I don't know, I really like here's another thing that, like, I mean, I think most people will like change the keyboard shortcuts so that it's the same across all of your programs. And I, for some reason, don't do that. I just like use the program out of the box the way it was intended. So sometimes I'll be like hitting a key that's not doing anything because I'm in the wrong program. Or TV Paints doesn't work like that, you know? Like I think there's some program that it has multiple undos. Is that what it is? I think TV Paint just has multiple undos with Control Z. You can just Control Z, 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 Z. But I think in Photoshop you have to do like Control Shift Z for multiple undos. And so sometimes I'm sitting there like, why isn't it undoing? Like, and it's just like, you're in the wrong program, idiot. Like, I don't know. I've just never changed it. OMG, I love YouTube. How did I even find you? Thank you. Thank you for the money. I thought this pilot was part of my dreams. Nuts. Oh, you mean like you saw it a long time ago and refound it? Hell yeah, that's awesome. Socks reference sheet made me giggle like you fade in like that. That's funny. Do you know about the second part? Are we ever going to see the sketches of a rival demon character, mayhaps? I don't know. A long time ago, I did some sketches for like a rival, like demon character, like a bully, kind of a like 90s bully character, but like he's like, you know, yeah, a rival demon character that's like jealous that Sock is kind of like the new favorite, but Sock like doesn't understand that he's supposed to like be a bully. He like thinks they have like a fun little friendship going, and the guy's like super mad about it. I haven't introduced him. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't really know what to do with that. I just thought it'd be kind of funny. And also if he was like really obnoxiously 90s, like he's just like a 90s cool guy, like backwards hat, super S's all over everything. Like I think he's summoned. I think I was talking about this with Nemo or Capsule in the chat, that like it's like he has like a summoning circle that's like like a super S. I don't know. Maybe I can bring him back. Like right now I don't have a use for that character, so I'm not sure. YouTube keeps testing 3 unskippable ads on me. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can turn that off. I think it just kind of maybe I can. Can I do that? Can I turn that off? Stream settings. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna see if in my settings I can turn off, at the very least, unskippable ads. That's a fucking pain. I'm sorry. Turn off unskippable ads on stream. Burp, burp. Maybe I'll look at that later and remember to do it. Sock seems to be thinking, why does this gay little shit have to be so difficult? Yeah. How fast does it take you to rough animate a shot? I don't know. That's a good question. What I'm doing right now, I guess, is cleaning. Wait, why am I cleaning this? I wasn't going to clean this section. Oh my God, I just started like going on autopilot and started cleaning. Oh man, because I've been cleaning for most of the streams. I was just going to have this be like, bruh. I was just going to have this be like tie downs. Well, okay, well then I will just from here on out be doing tie downs. I'm just doing tie downs then. Cool, that takes some of the pressure off. Wow, sorry, I've been like working on a scene I wanted to clean for so long that I kind of like forgot this sequence was not going to be cleaned. It's just going to be rough tie downs. Gee, how long does it take me to rough animate? I don't know, I guess it depends on the sequence, depends on how hard it is. It depends on how like interested I am in doing it. I don't know. I used to be pretty quick at it. Like my friends and I had this like studio space back in the day that some of you may remember called Ghost Satellite. And I feel like at the time I was really, really quick. Because we used to do these little prompts, like just like we called them ghost animates, and it was just like, you know, yeah, we do a little prompt and then just like put together kind of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like exquisite corpse. Like we'd do our a little animation a few seconds based on like whatever prompt that week, and then we'd compile them and post them. And I felt like I got pretty good at dialing in my just like quick rough little animations around that time. And because we sort of had like a deadline, I'm not as good at that anymore. But I don't know, it kind of depends. Like, it sort of depends on my mood. Like the other day when I was like redoing these poses, I said this at the beginning of the stream, I like turned off the like line smoothing and everything and just like made these crappy drawings because it like helped them get out of me. Like it helped me get out of my head a little bit. I don't know, like sometimes it comes really naturally and other times it doesn't. So it's kind of hard to be like, yeah, what does what, like how long does it take me to do a thing? It kind of depends. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe some people might have a better idea of that about their art. And it depends on like how complicated the shot is too, you know? But yeah, it's sort of hard to gauge because each shot, it kind of has its own like requirements, you know? It's not like just like, how fast can you put together a box or something? You know, it's not like standardized. It's not like an assembly line kind of thing. I know you're not insinuating that it is. I'm just sort of trying to explain why it's like difficult for me to like quantify like, well, how long does it take me to do something in animation? Depends on whether or not I'm having a good drawing day. Depends on like how complicated the shot is. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe I'll time myself. I don't think this hand looks very good, but whatever. Just tying it down. His hands don't have to look good. This is a comedy pose, Erica. that's kind of, I was talking about hands a little bit last stream, and I feel like hands can be ridiculous when they're for comedic purpose. Like if it's a serious scene, you want those fingies. You want them to look right. I don't know. I can't do it. Man, this is the shit I was talking about, where I was like, it's hard to draw hands when you need a specific hand for a pose. And now here I am. Like, oh man, how do I draw a hand? Ugh. Like, fuck, dude. I'm gonna have to come back to this. I can't do it. Ugh. Bruh. Okay. Turn that on. The thing is, I drew this one finger coming all the way out here, which is stupid. It's funny and it's ridiculous, but it doesn't make any sense. And now I can't figure out how to clean it up, because I was just like, when I drew it. I'm gonna come back to that later. And like, this thumb doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know why that I don't know, but maybe it's funny. Like, maybe it's funny if his thumb is like, ah! I don't know. I'm gonna eat a nut, and I'm gonna check the chat. I will upgrade my TV Paint version, yes. I'm waiting till I'm done with this, because I don't think anything bad is going to happen, but I don't want to like there's no reason that it wouldn't have backwards compatibility or whatever, but I don't know. I think I just kind of want to wait till I'm done with Welcome to Hell to do that. Because the newer version has some stuff that I really want. Hi, German Sock VA here. I love your show, it's so fun. Thank you. Welcome, German Sock VA. I loved your performance as German Sock. Do you clean up in separate layers or just one? It depends. Sometimes I stay on the same layer and just like clean and get rid of the like, if I'm confident that I don't want a drawing anymore, I guess. Like, sometimes I'll just like the same way that you would as if you were going to tighten down a drawing by like making another layer and sort of like tightening it on top of that. Like, sometimes I'll just do that with the next frame and then like delete the old frame. I'll use onion skins as if, like, if I wanted to tighten this drawing or whatever, like, I'll just use like, sometimes I'll just like use the onion skin from the previous one and be like, okay, burp, 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 you know, just do that and then go boop and get rid of, well, you can't see what I'm doing on the timeline, but I just get rid of the previous frame. But I don't know. I don't know. Just if I feel like a thing is getting really heavy with layers, I don't know, but I also like, if I'm really confident that I don't want a drawing anymore, I can get rid of it. But like, a lot of times I'm like, you want to save all these layers because you're like, well, what if I don't like this and I want to go back? Like, I don't want to do anything that's like permanent. You always want to be able to like revert. So Ooh. I just subscribed because I ran into Welcome to Hell randomly. I have a question. Is Sock a boy or a girl? That's such a good vintage Welcome to Hell fan question. Sock's a boy. But I think he unlocked a lot of non-binary gender feelings for people. So, like, people kind of have different headcanons about, like, you know what I mean? Like, whether or not he's trans or NB or whatever. And, like, you can kind of be whatever you want. But he uses he, him. Nut down. Fire Alpaca is good for GIFs since it has no timeline, although it works if you export the frames individually and import it in an editing program. Yeah, oh, Zach. Okay, that's the bully character you're talking about, the rival. Interesting. There's like a human bully character I wanted to introduce as well. The guy that Jonathan runs into in the bathroom. Yeah, if you're going to be doing animation in a program, it pretty much needs a timeline. Like, you can do that, right? Like, you can export, like, a sequence and then put it in an editing program or whatever. And if that's how you have to do it, then, like, that's how you have to do it. But, like, I feel like if you're going to be, like, animating something that's a larger project or, like, really taking it, like, seriously, like, really diving in, you do need a program that has, like, a timeline and a playback feature that you can, like, test your animation in. Not really, I just don't want to lose the stream. If Sock is skirt, why goggles? Krita has animation and motion graphics. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, that's cute. Erica, I have a question. Sock looks like some sort of pilot. I got that from his aviator hat, goggles, and scarf. Is that intentional? I imagine his dream is to somehow be a pilot. Maybe. I just kind of like the aesthetic. I thought it was, like, fun. But I do think that's cute. Like, I do think cute. There's something very cute to me about aviator hat, goggles, scarf, like, pilot outfit is very cute, in my opinion. It looks cozy. I don't know. You gotta be cozy up there in the ew. Erica, in what year does Welcome to Hell take place? Any guesses? I've, like, never committed to a for sure, like, era, but I would say early 2000s. That's the thing that makes the most sense to me. 2010 or earlier, yeah. Erica, have you ever thought about scaling the Welcome to Hell project, or is that something you want to do on your own? Do you mean scaling up or scaling down? Oh, you don't need to send money. Don't need to. I mean, you can if you want, but certainly don't feel like you need to. Usually group two fingers together. I don't know if you do that, but it kind of makes hands more manageable. Might not work for this pose. Dude, sometimes I do that too. Like, I do feel like it kind of helps. That's that anime thing of, like, you know, when they have the fingers that are, like, they literally just connect them. This is kind of an older manga thing. They don't really do it anymore. But it's like, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, this finger is fucked. But they do this. They used to do this in a lot of, like, shoujo manga. And you're like, ugh, like, what's wrong? What's wrong with the fingers? But yeah, the idea is grouping them together, right? And then, like, I mean, I think that's why a lot of characters only have, like, four fingers or whatever, is because you're just essentially turning the middle two fingers into one finger. That does work. I always struggle with, like, wanting to do a crazy like hand pose, and like, because it's too much, you know, it's kind of too I don't know. Anyway, we'll do that for now. That did help, grouping the two fingers together. But I might go back in and make the pose crazier later. Let's see. Thank you, Nemo. I just got here. How's it going, y'all? It's going good. But he wears a skirt. Let's see. Oh, hey, Nemo's here. Yes. What is this little? Nemo and a couple other people have used this. This little like emoji with Japanese in it. What is that? What is that? I don't understand. I'm not weeb enough. They revoked my weeb card in 2013 because I stopped watching. I wasn't hitting the quota of watching all of the seasonal recent animes. Did Shock believe in an afterlife before he died, or was the gravity of what he did enough to send him to hell regardless? I don't think Suck really thought about it too much. I'm not sure. But the gravity of what he did was enough to send him to hell regardless. A symbol to change the keyboard. Oh! Maybe that is what it is. Yeah, that's what that is. It changes it to your... Changes the keyboard to weeb mode. Okay. Put his arm in front of his thing. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Nope, that looks like ass. I have to come back to this later. I don't know about that. Yeah. Man, now that I like fucked up what I was doing, I was just going on autopilot and like cleaning, and now I'm like, oh no, I'm not gonna do that. What was I doing? I guess I can just... that doesn't really need it. That's just like a wiggling up and down. This was its own thing. I can do this. I can do these poses. Sorry, I'm just muttering to myself. Yeah. This is the pose we will do. Actually, fuck it. I'm gonna do this little wiggle. Why not? Let's wiggle. Let's wiggle him. Naughty children go in the pear wiggler. It doesn't wiggle enough. Not a good wiggle. Do it again. Or it's like a bounce. Yeah, I could just bounce. I could just bounce him. Let's just bounce him. Let's see what he do. I guess if I like run out of like what the fuck am I doing, I can just switch over to the anime OP again. Oh, I did that different. Okay. Just gonna do that for now. Oh, nope. make a new frame. All right, let me look at chat. Is Mephistopheles the antagonist of Welcome to Hell? Yeah, I mean, kinda. Yeah, I would say. Yeah. I mean, yes. But I want him to be, like, complicated, you know? I think people are kind of thrown off by that a little bit. Because he's not, like, a traditional... Well, I guess I'm thinking of, like, a villain, right? A villain is usually very clearly villainous. And I think Mephistopheles is more of an antagonist because he's, I mean, he is the literal devil. But I want him to be kind of, like, I don't know, a compelling character. Sympathetic to a degree. Why did Jonathan bleach his hair? So, there's actually kind of a running joke that I might make canon where Jonathan is blonde, but he dyes his undercut and his eyebrows, which I think is way funnier. Because, like, why does anyone bleach their hair? To fucking feel something? I don't know. I like the idea of him dyeing his undercut. I think that's way funnier. I guess scaling in general, would you like to proceed with the series? What is the future of the project? I'm an old fan and would love to see where it will go. Yeah, I mean, once I'm done with with part 2, I would like to continue doing more of it, but I don't know exactly what that's gonna look like right now. Like I do think realistically, if I continue making more of it, it's gonna be either like a comic or yeah, either a comic or like animatics. And you know, I was saying this the other night to my wife, Katie, that if I just like had Welcome to Hell 2 in like tied down animatic version, I would just post it and be done with it. But the thing is, like, when I started making it, I was like, I'm gonna fully animate this, and because people weren't just like posting original animatics of their stuff. Like there is animatics, but they're usually fan animatics, right? Like now it's a little more popular, or it's gaining popularity very recently to do just like a really polished looking animatic. And I don't know, like it's just like I should have done that. But I kind of skipped that step. Like I kind of skipped the animatic step. I just kind of like did my little storyboards, my little crappy little doodles, and then went like right to like rough animation because I was like, I don't need an animatic, like no one else is really working on this with me. Some parts of it I think look like clean to animatic level, but like not all of it does. And like so much of it I just skipped straight to like, what if I animated it, that it's kind of like, well, now I have to like just finish it, you know what I mean? I can't like go back and like just you know what I mean, do a step that I skipped, you know. And I think moving forward, if I do more Welcome to Hell, I'll just do animatics or something, you know. Like that's perfectly that would be perfectly fine. Like, I think getting the content out there, like getting the story out there, is more important than it like looking amazing. And I know that sounds ridiculous for me to say, seeing as how I'm like really fussing over animating it. But again, that's because that's how I started the project. It's not like there's some like clean animatic version of Welcome to Hell 2 that I could just post right now. And I'm just like, it's not like that I'm just like stubbornly animating it. It's that I stubbornly decided to animate it like when I started like several years ago. And so now I'm kind of like locked into finishing that. It's like, you don't want the work that you did do to go to have been for no reason, you know? It's like, well, I'm already this deep in it, I might as well just finish it, you know? But yeah, like if what is happening? It's lagging. If I go forward with the project, it'll probably be like animatics or something, or comics maybe. Yeah, I don't know, or I find a way to pitch it, find an angle to pitch it somewhere. I don't know. I've talked about this a little bit before, but I kind of like I've talked about this in previous streams. I kind of got scared off of pitching when I first moved out here, because I did it exactly once and it didn't go very well. And I wasn't pitching Welcome to Hell actually, but I don't know. I kind of felt, I don't know. And also I didn't like have a lot of connections when I first moved out here either. Like that's part of it, is like when you're working at a studio on a thing and they kind of like get to know you, you can kind of be like, hey, I have an idea. And again, I've talked about this before, but not all studios just like randomly take pitches. Like a lot of them are sort of like a vendor studio that like takes on projects from other people. Like larger studios, you know, like Cartoon Network and WB and Disney and stuff, like those guys would like accept pitches from like employees and people that worked there or whatever. But like there's like other kind of mid-tier studios that just like make a show that, you know what I mean? Like it's not like you could just pitch your show to whatever. Anyway, so and for a long time when I first moved out here, I didn't work at any studios that like really had the opportunity to like pitch. You could pitch something to them, you know, like just from within, like internally. I don't know. Wow, again with the hands. Later. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I figure out a way to do that. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I have thought about it. I've also thought about like, I started doing this at some point and then I kind of gave up, but I, started writing out like, a sort of outline of if Welcome to Hell was like a mini series, like if it was just like a 10 or 12 episode mini series, like could I do that? Like could I condense it into, at the time mini series were really popular, and this was like, I don't know, a handful of years ago, but I was kind of like, maybe I could do that. Like it doesn't have to be like a whole long ass show or whatever. It could just be like a tight little mini series or something. Or like, I very rarely see this done, but like there's some shows that like, I can literally only think of one show where I've seen this done. It's called Hacks, and it's amazing, and if you have access to it, you should watch it. But Hacks did a really good job of like telling the story that they wanted to tell in one season, just because they didn't think they were going to get any more, but they also ended it in such a way where it somehow was simultaneously a satisfying ending and also a setup for another season. Like it was somehow both. I don't know how they did it. I mean, and I don't even actually remember the ending because now we're like 4 seasons deep and like it got more seasons. And each season does that really well. You're like, I feel like the characters have grown. We're in this state now of what the show is. And I would love to see what the next step is. but they always kind of end it in such a way where it's like, you know what, if this is the last time I see these characters, I will be satisfied with it. I don't feel like shortchanged or anything. It's one of the only shows that I can think of. I mean, I don't watch a fuck ton of shows, but it's one of the only ones I can think of where it kind of like it strikes that balance really, really well of just like, and also not feeling like the characters are just relearning the same lessons or whatever. Like they actually grow and progress, and the like power dynamic between them changes as it goes on, and they keep finding ways to make it compelling. Anyway, y'all should watch Hacks if you haven't. It's very good. But yeah, I don't know. That's I guess an example of I guess if I was going to plan out a larger thing for Welcome to Hell, I'd kind of want to know like, well, realistically, what can I do? Like what do we got? 10 episodes? How do I make that work? Oh, there's a possibility for more, but there might not be. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'd want to kind of know, and you kind of can't with like, there's just not a lot of promise of that sort of thing happening right now. Like people aren't getting, yeah, you've got a 5-season deal, we're ordering this many episodes. Like people aren't getting stuff like that right now. So I don't know. I say this like someone who like actively is doing this sort of pitching stuff around or whatever, and I'm not. I'm just saying I know that's kind of like, there's just not a lot of that going on in the industry right now. What was that noise? Was that someone delivering a package, or is that my bunnies committing crimes in the other room? Now I have to go check on them in a second. See what's going on in the chat. But yeah, I would like to, ideally I would like to do more of it. I just don't know exactly like how, what that's gonna look like, I suppose. Are they gonna have some epic fight scene with Sock swinging giant knives? I do like the idea of, a couple times I've drawn Sock as like having like a demon form, and in his demon form he has like a big scythe kind of thing that's sort of like just like larger version of his fucking knife. I think that could be fun. Sorry, I'm catching up. Love your work, been following you since 2015. Thank you. He's actually blonde. Yeah. Bullying him because I thought he was a poser blonde, but he's actually blonde. I don't know. I have no... Does he have dark roots? No, I was saying I think he dyes his roots. I don't know. I think that would be funny. Sock reminds me of an otter in this scene. I could see that. You should post the first cut of the animatic after this for shits and gigs. That would be really funny. I do think on my portfolio website I have like a finished sequence from Welcome to Hell and then the animatic, but it's one where like the animatic doesn't look totally terrible. But that would be really funny. Dude, it's like incomprehensible, I feel like, looking at my animatic. Like, it's just bad. Okay, Erica, why don't you try and reach out to Glitch? Thank you. I appreciate that. I might. I mean, I'll think about it. I don't know. I don't really have the contact for that. I know some people who have pitched to them, and I know a person who works there, but I don't know. We'll see. I only recently tried out animating, and it's so difficult, but there's this accomplishing feeling aspect that makes me want to keep doing it even though it takes so long. Yes, that's what it feels like. That's how I feel when I animate as well. Just like the feeling of like, oh, I did it, it's moving, it's finally moving the way I thought it would in my head. That's I find that feeling very satisfying. And yeah, that's a good sign if you're feeling that. Wondering if Jonathan would listen to post-hardcore like DGD or Imrosa or whatever. I don't know what that is, but I mean, maybe, probably. I don't know what kind of music he would listen to. I mean, a little bit I do, but he listens to Valhalla Soundbox. I'd love to see more of the story regardless of art form. It meant a lot to me when I was growing up. Thank you. I'd love to tell more of the story. I guess when I say I'm not sure, I don't know exactly like what is sustainable or what I'll be able to. Clearly what I'm doing right now is not sustainable, so I need to figure out something different. And I mean, there might be a way to do that. I just kind of gotta figure it out. Can Sock cuss in Tagalog? I don't know, can he? Like, are you asking, does he have permission? or is he able to? I don't know. I was watching back one of the VODs and saw you mention my fic Dead Ends. Nice to see you read Welcome to Hellfic. Yeah. Oh, I saw your post on Tumblr also about how I read or how I mentioned it in the stream. Yeah, it was really good. I like reading fic. I heard some fic the other day too. I couldn't sleep and I was like, I'm gonna read Welcome to Hellfic because I was thinking about how I said it on stream. I can't talk about the fic that I read on stream. Okay. Power scaling question. Who wins in a fight? Demon form Sock or asthmatic hamster with scurvy? Ooh. Probably like definitely the hamster, right? I think demon form Sock, like, it probably, like, the way I picture it is like, it's like he goes like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not like berserk mode, but like, you know when anime bitches are all like, now it's time for me to fucking really kill you or whatever. Like, I picture he goes into this kind of like mode, like he's super serious and like not to be trifled with, but he's like incapable of actually doing any damage. He like looks really intimidating. I mean, as intimidating as Sock is able to look. And then it's just like he just like gets defeated immediately. 'Cause he's still just, you know, kind of a little, he's a little bitch. Like he's just kind of a soft twink. So you know, I don't think he'd be very easily defeatable. That is so funny. I've definitely drawn like pictures of him being like, "Heh, I'm serious now," and I just think it'd be really funny if that was just like his attitude changes, but his like I don't know. I mean, he is fucked up, right? Like he does do murder, but like, I don't know, but that's different, I think, than like an anime fight, right? Like that's different than like an anime battle, you know? I feel like that's kind of two different things. Like killing small animal is one thing, but like fighting Goku or something would be totally different. Did I do that right? Okay, it's like a little quick, but whatever. The frames are there. Mm-hmm. Okay. Moving on. Okay. Alrighty. Ooh, you're the very good writer. Yeah. Of Wiggly Fruit, that is. I'm shifting. In which case does Mephistopheles lose his cool? He seems like the type of guy who is pretty chill but can get very scary if you piss him off. Right? Yeah, he's that kind of... He gives off those kind of vibes. You know what? I have not pictured Mephistopheles actually, like, losing his chill. Like Hades from Hercules style. Losing his chill, right? Like, I think that's just like trying to think of another like devil character that's normally like smooth talking, or devil type character, and then they like get really like reactive and angry. I actually don't picture Mephistopheles getting that like angry. Like, I think it's more scary to me if he's like is like if he remains like kind of calm, you know what I mean, in his like threats. Like, I think it's probably more threatening if he's just like still seems like chill and relaxed, but like what he's saying is actually kind of like threatening. That's sort of the way I picture him. Sock unleashed form, and his punches just make squeaky hammer noises. Yeah, just little squeaky toy noises. That's funny. I had this idea. Okay, says Crystal Pastel. I had this idea where Demon Sock could blood bend his own blood into weapons from his spooky hole, but he could only bend to a limited amount. Otherwise, he'd lose blood. Whoa. That's tight, dude. Dude, that's anime as fuck. Holy shit. I can't believe I gave him a spooky hole just for it to be a funny, weird thing that he has, and I didn't consider that he could bloodbend weapons out of it. Fuck. That's so cool. I might, if I take that idea, and use it in something, I will list you as a writer. I will list you as a co-writer. No, that's low-key a good drawing idea I want to do, because I'm just picturing Sock and his magic hamster. No way is there a release date. Not yet. I'm sorry. It's not going to be another 10 years. Cuphead Devil had this like a lot, but he was always scarier when he was chill. Interesting. Yeah, I think there's something kind of interesting about that. Plot twist, Sock killed his parents accidentally while they were training him for the Tenkaichi Budokai from Dragon Ball. That's so funny. Yeah. Right, yeah. Oh, man. How's the music video for that accidentally anime song coming along? It's coming along. Oh, thank you for the money. Squeaky frog war cry meme. I picture him as an Alistair kind of character, you know, the scene where he says, if I wanted to hurt anyone here, I've done so, with that menacing stare. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And that way I don't have to animate him actually getting mad. No. Yeah, I agree. I think, that's sort of how I picture him. Erica, I'm giggling. Is there anywhere else I can see your work? Yeah. So there's YouTube, which obviously I'm not very active on because it requires like making and posting a whole YouTube video. I have a Tumblr, the Welcome to Hell blog on Tumblr. It's called welcometohellfilm.tumblr.com. I'm not very active there anymore, but I used to be. That's kind of where a lot of the fandom like originated. And so there's a not small amount of fan art on Tumblr if you're interested in sort of engaging with fandom aspects of the community. I am on I'm on Instagram. It's ewesterart. I probably have all of this stuff linked, like if you click on my YouTube page. Like, I'm pretty sure in my about section I have all these things linked. I have an Instagram, which I'm also not very active on. I have a Twitter, which I'm also not very active on. And I have a Blue Sky, which I'm also not very active on. I'm Erica Wester on all of those platforms except Instagram, where I'm ewesterart, and Tumblr, where I'm welcometohellfilm.tumblr.com. Or I do have a personal blog on Tumblr. It's real-faker, which was kind of like my old username from back in the day. And I'm also not active on there. But, like, I'm trying to get back into posting more art and stuff online. Oh, and I have a Patreon, but, you know, that's... You could become a free member of my Patreon, but I don't post a lot as much free stuff as I probably should. But, yeah, that's sort of where you can follow me if you would like. Oh, it's laggy. It laggy now. It wasn't lagging earlier. What is the accidental anime song? I am working on it's just like a side animation thing to do. I'm working on an anime OP, a Welcome to Hell anime OP, because I wrote a anime song. And, I like wanted to write an original song for. I was listening to someone's like Welcome to Hell like playlist, and I was like, damn, I want to write a song that would go in a Welcome to Hell playlist. I'm just gonna write an original Welcome to Hell song, and it kind of turned into an anime OP. So, like parts of it that I could picture in my head, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna like animate them, and so I'm still kind of working it out. But like, I showed a little bit of clips of it last time, so. I'll open it up and show you in a second. It's loading. It big. New drawing you posted of Sock and Jonathan is awesome. I love Sock's outfit. Thank you. Yeah, I love putting them in alternate outfits. I used to do that a lot in my old sketchbook. There's like a lot of just drawings of them in alternate outfits, but here, this is some anime bullshit. But yeah, I'm trying to post more online, and I really like that thing that they do in manga, like at the beginning of a new chapter, where it'll just be like the characters like standing around like in like civilian clothes, like just like looking cool, or like hanging out in an arcade or something like that. Like, I love those illustrations so much. So I kind of just wanted to do some stuff like that. Let's see. Honestly, I got the bloodbending idea from listening to Angel with a Shotgun. I thought of animation between JoJo and Sock while listening. Okay. Is Jonathan wearing Sock's jeans? They look very similar. In that illustration? No. I wasn't sure what kind of different pants to give Jonathan, but I was thinking of this pair of pants that I used to have that was like, it was this pair of jeans that I had like absolutely shredded. Like, I just slashed holes all down the legs. And I mean, it was like, they were so shredded, like, it felt like wearing shorts, you know what I mean? It was like, I couldn't wear them in the cold because they were actually they were more whole than jean. And, anyway, and I was thinking about those pants and that I used to wear them all the time. And I was gonna draw, sort of the idea was I wanted to draw them wearing like outfits that I used to wear, or having elements of outfits that I used to wear. And I wanted to draw those pants, and then I was like, that's too much. It's too many holes. It's too much detail. So I just gave him like a couple holes. And I thought it like kind of worked because like Sock already has holes in his jeans. So it's like, all right, I already have like the stylized idea of what jean holes look like in Welcome to Hell. Like, so I did that. But yeah, I had this pair of jeans that was like toe up from the flow up, and anyway, it was they were beloved. I got rid of them because I felt like no like reasonable adult could, even as a teenager. I had a part-time job at this like embroidery shop. They hired me like for seasonal help, and then they trained me and then didn't call me back during the actual holiday season. So I don't think they liked me. But it was like it didn't have a uniform, and it was like I'm sitting behind a desk the whole time. So I wore those pants one day to work, and the owner was like, you can't wear those. I was like, okay, I won't. I wore them to school and everything just fine, but like I kind of had this moment of like, oh, I need to get rid of these. I can't. I am at an age where I can no longer wear these and be respected or taken seriously. This was years and years and years ago, but I say that I'm wearing a pair of Hot Topic pants right now, so like who cares? Like now that I work in animation, it's like, oh, who fucking cares? No one gives a shit. Sorry, catching up. It would be funny if Jonathan was wearing socks jeans though. I don't know if he could fit into him. I don't know. Socks kind of he's a little chunky. Maybe they could. Erica, I remember you posted a Google document file on Tumblr where you said there were a lot of unused lines of dialogue of Mephistopheles and other characters some time ago. I requested access to it. Yeah, on Tumblr there was like it was like outtakes or whatever. Okay, so this is one of the things. Earlier in the stream I was talking about how Dropbox was like, we're going to delete all your files for real this time if you don't like do something about it by May 8th. So that was one of if there's no longer access to it, it might be because they deleted it. But I downloaded all of that shit fucking yesterday. So I guess I can upload it to Google Drive or something. It was like outtakes. It was like outtakes of the voice actors and stuff. I guess I can re-upload that and make it available. If you sent request access to it, maybe I'll get a notification about it in my email. We'll see. I'll definitely look into that. It's on Patreon. Will there be another song from Irish Stew in part 2? No. Jigoku e Yokuso. No, there's not going to be another song from them. I don't really have a song from them that I thought was applicable to Welcome to Hell 2. And also I'm not sure how to actually work out like even though I got permission from the band to use their song in the first one, I don't have like the right from like the label to have used it. So like I don't know how to navigate that without paying a fee basically forever to be able to use a licensed song. I did have my wife's brother is a lawyer and he looked into that for me and it would anyway because I did want to use a Mother song actually for Welcome to Hell Part 2. And I was using it as a placeholder in my animatic, and I ended up just writing an original song for it. So there is going to be a song in part 2, but unfortunately it's going to be original. Also, okay, Capsule says, do you have a book of Yu Yu Hakusho drawings like that? I fucking love that. I need to look at that sometime. I'm sure I've seen a lot of them, but that's what I'm thinking of. It's like that era of manga where they were like, just draw the characters like hanging out, looking cool. There's like what do you call it? There's an illustration of all the Yu-Gi-Oh characters hanging out in like an arcade. It's one of my favorites, and they're just like hanging out, looking cool. Wearing like slightly more complicated versions of their regular outfits. I'm just like, yes. Love that shit. Oh yay, hi, I'm finally in. Hello, Blueberry Stars, welcome. Experimental screamo music, math rock meets blues with meadow screams and tempo changes. Maybe he's into that. Sock is my fashion icon. Yes. Erica, I want to be you when I grow up. That's funny. Please post it, would be so cool. I love Irish stews. The music's so good. I'm drinking my iced pink drink with strawberry puree and mango cold foam. Were you in the chat last time talking about your iced pink drink? Because I remember being like, I don't know what iced pink drink is, and I'm too afraid to ask. I mean, I've like heard of it, like, but I've heard of it so much that I'm like, I don't know what that is. I mean, I know it's like the drink. It's one of the fucking drinks. I'm finally at the end of my freshman year. Today's the start of our art show for the weekend. Yay. Oh, congrats. Does Sock have clothes because his clothes had souls and they were complicit in his sins? If his hat objected, would it have gone to heaven? Yeah, how do clothes work exactly in the afterlife? Like, shouldn't he be naked? I do like the idea of the hat objecting. Which mother song? I think that's something that maybe I could post on Patreon once part 2 comes out, and you know, like, what scene it's used for or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that might just be something I post on there. I don't want to say right now. Oh, maybe I should. I don't know. I also thought about, like, this is insane. This was right around the time, I think Mother, they used to be on more of an indie label, and they signed on a larger label right around the time I started working on Welcome to Hell 2. So I was kind of like, oh man, if they were still on like a smaller label, maybe this would be like a little easier, or at least a little cheaper. And then I had the thought also, like, what if, just like artist to artist, like what if I just like reached out to Mother, or a band I like, it could be any band, whatever, right? And just was like, hey, do you want me to do an animated music video for you? Like, in exchange for I can use one of your songs, and like just sort of making a deal, right? I don't know if that would have worked. It was something I had considered, like, what if I, you know what I mean? Just like exchange of art. I'd like to try that at some point. But I don't know. What's going on with John Gang? I'm scared. Sorry. Some fan will re-upload it with the Mother song instead. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's save this. Let's do that. Oh, you were the pink drink guy. Y'all are drinking pink drink. It's one of the fucking drinks. Okay. I'm Italian, and I must say that where I live, Welcome to Hell is pretty known. Seriously, this show has more potential. I'm not going to read that out loud so no one clips it out of context. By the way, ciao from Italy. We love you, Erica. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Mother song I was thinking of is called Alone and Sublime. Free Socks hat. It didn't do that shit. Pink drink, strawberry acai. Oh, it's a strawberry acai. I'm not sure how you say that. With coconut milk and freeze-dried strawberries. Okay, I figured it had to be strawberry and creamy. That makes sense. That sounds really good. Have to go. Bye, Erica. Bye, chat. Bye, paperclip. Bye, money. Bye. See ya. Do reveal, but also don't. Oh, okay. All right. You knew the song. Anyway, yeah, this anime OP thing that I was working on, it's not gonna play back, I'm sure, because I'm just like barbecuing my fucking computer right now. But I have this thing where there's like this thing where they do. Anyway, I'm playing it back really, really slowly, but that's one of the shots I was working on. This other shot where it's gonna be kind of like time-lapse thing. This one might play, actually. It's not crazy complicated, so it might play. It doesn't have a million layers. But let's find out. Of like, oh no, it's gonna be super laggy. But this was another one of like, wanted to be kind of like a time lapse thing, like just them walking and like the background is changing and stuff, so you can see that it's like happening on different days or whatever. But just sort of like, just little clips of them doing interactions with each other, and they're gradually going from like kind of like, you know, ignoring to like kind of paying attention to like having a conversation and like teasing, you know what I mean, to like actually having a good time with each other. That's one of the shots. And I had a lot of fun figuring out like how do I gradually like make Jonathan less like closed off, you know? So he's like got his headphones and like one frame, and then he's got him off. He's like not facing him, but still kind of like, he's like, okay, what are you saying? And now he's talking to him. He's got one hand out of his pockets. Like he's not fully hands out of pocket yet. Now he's like hands out of pocket. Like he's being a little more expressive and stuff. He's still got the headphones around his neck in case. And then in like this other shot, I want to have like his headphones are like, he has them just like latched onto the side of his bag, you know what I mean? Like he's got them in case he like they're getting further and further away. And then they're just like gone in the last one, and he's got his kind of hands out of his pockets and he's like interacting with Sock and like laughing and stuff. I wanted to kind of have like a shot like that. What else? I have another shot that I don't know if I'm ready to show yet because I'm still trying to figure it out. I have this one. This one's super, super rough. Not totally figured it out yet, and I'm really mad because like there's another anime OP that has this shot in it that I didn't know about when I started working on it. I'm not mad. Mine's a little different, but it's just like the fucking Summer Hikaru Died did this shot as well of like, anyway, I have like Jonathan in like a grave, and then Sock like leans over and like helps him out of it. Just one of these. Sorry, it's like super rough and it's like not gonna play back the right way, but you know, and it's gonna be anime. But yeah, that's the anime I'm working on, the anime shots. This is like kind of embarrassing for me to show, so maybe I'll get to it at another point. It's embarrassing to show stuff that's like only half baked, where I'm like, I don't know, I think I know what I want this shot to be, but I don't totally know yet. So yeah, we shall see. I guess I should check the chat and see what's going on. Oh, I put that on layer. Beep, beep. Vanilla cold foam. Too nervous to ask if it can be added to my drink. Dude, I'm too nervous to order anything at fucking Starbucks because like I'm not a regular Starbucks user, so I don't I don't know all the little things. I don't know all the tips and tricks. Like, and I feel like it's also very like there's a kind of, to me, a kind of like cringe that I feel when I hear like a really specific Starbucks order. I know that's kind of the point. It's like the McDonald's of coffee. Everyone has a really specific order. It's fine. But I don't have that. I'm kind of just like, can I have fucking coffee? Like, and I don't really know how to like I don't know all the tips and tricks and what are the little things and the different kinds of foams and the different flavors and whatever. And this is several years ago before I moved out to LA, but I worked as a mall cop briefly for like a year or a year and a half, and they had a Starbucks like airlifted into the mall. There was like a middle area, you know, like a kind of commons area, and they were like, let's put a Starbucks in the middle of it. It was not built with a Starbucks. They had a prefabricated Starbucks that they like crane lifted into the into the middle of the mall. And I'm just sometimes I remember stuff that happened during this era of my life and it feels unreal. Anyway, so there's like a tiny little like prefab Starbucks building that like popped up in the center of the mall. And it was a cold day. It was an outdoor mall. And I was like, oh, I'm going to go order Starbucks. And I do this thing like at restaurants and bars and stuff where I'm like, what do you want to drink right now? Or what do you think is the best thing on the menu? Because it's like, well, you work here. Like, you know what the shit is. So like, I'll trust your judgment. And that way I get to try something new. Right. And so I went to the Starbucks and I was like, what kind of drink would you make if you were me right now? Or like what would you make for yourself? And they were like, oh, okay. And then they called out the drink and it was this like insanely long, like, you know, a Starbucks drink. It was just, but I went on and on and on. And I was looking around like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, please no one look at me. Like, I swear my drink order isn't this insane. Like, but I was just like, I just kind of, I got nervous and I was like, I want you to, I don't know. You tell me what's good. Like, just, I didn't expect them to, like, I mean, they have to call it out so the people down the line can make it. But, like, I was just like, oh God, what have I done? And it was fine. You know, it was fine. I've never had a drink from Starbucks I didn't like. I mean, they're all, like, loaded with cream and sugar, so. The thing is, when I'm, like, drinking my own, like, I just kind of want something creamy. Like, I don't really need it to be super sweet. Like, when I make coffee for myself, I just put cream in it, and that's, like, it. But it's like, if I'm going to Starbucks, it's like, well, yeah, load me up with all the little flavors, all the little bits and bobs, like, you know. Fuck me up, Starbies. Yeah, okay, sorry, I need something to talk about. Hi, Erica. Thank you. Hi. Would JoJo have gotten a file of Lil the same way Sock did of Jonathan? And if so, would she refer to Lil initially by McGill? And would Lil have an adverse reaction to that? I have not thought about this. Maybe. Yeah, maybe she doesn't know that she goes by Lil at first and kind of like, your file's out of date. I don't know. I mean, it's the kind of like when you go by a nickname, I think probably people, there's always that initial awkward thing of like, I go by this, like, please update it, you know, when you're doing roll call or something. So, I don't know. I don't know, like, what that interaction would look like between the two of them. Does Jonathan box? I don't know. I don't picture these characters doing any kind of physical activity, but that's because I didn't when I was a teenager. Like, aside from playing Dance Dance Revolution, I didn't, like, move. So I was pretty sedentary. So I kind of picture that the two of them are, like, too gay to do any sort of sports. But I don't know. I mean, maybe he boxes. That could be kind of fun. Give him, like, a cool boy thing to do. So that I'm not just writing these characters like girls. I don't know. Not that girls can't box, I'm just saying. Also, would there be scenes of Lil and JoJo paralleling Sokka and Jonathan if and when they're introduced? Yeah. That's kind of what I picture, as like they have a similar kind of dynamic. Well, not exactly similar, but it's the similar setup, right? You've got sort of an angel haunting you instead of a demon. Jonathan, me, for real. Goodbye. Sorry, I have nothing left to say. I just wanted to express that. Thank you. I love that. I didn't know they had that on their OP. I haven't been paying attention. Oh, no, sorry. He's not. Sorry. In Summer Hikaru died, he's not in, like, I don't think he's in a grave, but he is, like, laying down in something. right? Am I misremembering it? And Hikaru like helps him up. It's like it's a similar kind of shot. I don't think he's actually in a grave, but he's like laying down on the floor or in the dirt or something. Dude, I know. Summer Hikaru died is very Sakathan coded. Dude, that's why I loved it. I was like, fuck, dude. Ah, they did. And he even has this fucking spooky hole, too. Anyway. So I know there's going to be another season of it. I haven't watched anime in like a really long time. That's like one of the only animes I've watched recently. And, I don't know. I guess I have to wait for the second season, but I found it very like emotionally satisfying, but narratively unsatisfying, if that makes sense. So I kind of want more. Yeah, how similar Hikaru died. Yeah. We're eating good tonight. Thank you. Airlifted. Yeah. Well, okay, airlifted. I was exaggerating. I think it was crane lifted. I think it was a crane. I got footage of it happening. I'm sure I don't have it anymore, but ever order black coffee just so the barista doesn't think you're a piece of shit? Exactly, right? You gotta, it's like I want the baristas to respect me, then maybe I can like learn their secrets. That's essentially what it is. I don't want the baristas to think I'm a piece of shit. So I'm like, I don't know, can I have some fucking coffee? And then, yeah, when you ask them, that, you know, it's sort of the opposite of what I thought was going to happen. Oh, now I'm curious where everyone is. Ooh, okay. I wonder how diverse is the Welcome to Hell fandom. Can you see that in the YouTube analytics? I think I can. Maybe I'll do that right now. Maybe I'll go look that up. What's John's go-to DDR track? Hold on, I'm gonna have to come back to that. Can I look at the YouTube? Let me see if I can open the YouTube studio on my phone. If I can do that. The format is different than what I thought it would look like, so it's gonna take me a second. Analytics. Content. Audience. Audience watch behavior. Device type, age, geography. Here we go. Oh, this is just for the last 28 days. Can I make it all time? Lifetime. Yes. Okay. All right. At least on YouTube, the geography of my viewership is 56.7 from the United States, 4.8 from UK, 4.1 from Canada, 2.7 from Mexico. This is percentage, by the way. You know, out of 100, I'm guessing, as percentages go. 2.5 from Russia, 2.3 from Brazil. 2.1 from Australia. Actually, so far this makes a lot of sense to me. I know Russia and Brazil have like a decent amount of fans. 2.1 from Australia, 1.5 from Germany, 1.3 from Philippines, and 1.1 from Argentina. That is all that shows up. And that's for the lifetime of the channel. I guess if I look at in the last year. Oh. In the last year, there is a 1% from Poland and a 0.8% from Netherlands, which is interesting. Last 28 days. Pretty similar. Oh, Chile is in there. Yeah, I don't know. I was just looking at, like, I could look at a specific year. Oh, it gives me the option to see 2026, 2025, or lifetime. I guess I could look at it specific from year. They're also pretty similar. Oh, Italy in 2025 was 0.8% of the audience. And 0.6% in 2026. And in the last 365 days, there's not a lot of Italy on here. So, like, Italy's, like, hovering around almost 1%. Like, 8%, 6%. Like, it's getting around there. I don't know if that helps. Like, I don't know if I can actually tell, like, how many people. But, it just shows percentage as far as I know. But yeah, maybe that's helpful. Maybe I could do the math to figure out what that is. I don't know how to tell. Wait, maybe I can. What would I need? What number would I need to figure out the full amount of viewers in the last, I don't know, year? Monthly audience. Hold on. That's my monthly audience. What about yearly? 7 days. 365 days. Let's see, in the last year. Let's just see, it's 365. Monthly audience. It still says monthly. I don't know how to change this. This is getting a little too, this is above my pay grade. Later, we're not gonna save that. Okay. Ooh, that's data I should be looking at when your viewers are on YouTube. Okay. I never look at my fucking analytics, you guys, and I know I should. This is why I'm a bad YouTuber. Okay, sorry, I was gonna look at the stream. I was gonna catch up. What is John's go-to DDR song? I don't know. I can think of mine. Maybe that? I don't know if he has a go-to DDR song. I laughed really hard one time when I was playing DDR with two friends, Craig and Kaylin, and both of them, their favorite song when they were younger was the same song. And Kaylin said something like, yeah, everyone whose favorite DDR song was Daikenkai grew up to be a fucking Sakuga animator. And I was like, dude, actually that checks out. So I do feel like there is kind of like a zodiac sign to be, a zodiac chart to be made of like, what DDR song do you pick and what does that say about you? Okay. Stuck in stand. Someone is asking if Jonathan would like All Time Low. I don't know if I know. He can listen to whatever music you think he should listen to. I don't know if I know. I mean, I know the name of the band All Time Low. I don't know what, off the top of my head, what their songs are. I'm really bad with band names. Like, I know I've heard like a lot of music, but I couldn't tell you necessarily who all it is. So I'd need to. But I mean, sure, why not? He can listen to them. Maybe he's got a varied taste. Yeah, it should probably be rock from that time. Kind of parallels. I like how Sock and JoJo's journeys are kind of parallel. Like how Sock starts off trying to do his job, but over time not wanting to. And failing, but for JoJo it's the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of there being like, I want to do a lot of stuff with just parallels. Sorry for the silly question, but I have always wondered, as a non-English native speaker, how do you feel about half of the world learning your language to communicate? Would you like to learn others? Wait, sorry. Capsule says, did I tell you I was streaming and pronounced Chile as chili and someone called Gringex is really funny. Is that how you say that? Is Gringex the gender neutral? That's so funny. I mean, yeah. So I do think it's interesting that English kind of became, the language that the rest of the world has to learn to communicate. That's, I think, I mean, that's whatever it is, that's, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but what I do think is it's probably not a good thing. It's probably because of colonialism, but I don't know if it's because of how much the U.S. like exports. I don't know if it comes from that or if it comes from colonialism. Probably both. What I will say is I think a lot of English speakers do not even consider the fact. I think it's very stupid that very few of us actually think about the fact that the rest of the world has to learn English as kind of like a global language. Just be like, we don't often think about how about the privilege we have in that sense. And Americans in particular are really stupid about it. You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, I don't even think a lot of English speakers even think about that, what that means for other non-English speakers. And for that matter, that like knowing other languages, like kind of, I mean, I think it kind of makes you smarter. Like, I think, I don't know. It's certainly, I think it's one of those things. I think knowing another language, in the same way that, like, I think if you've ever, like, worked a shitty job, you become, like, sympathetic to employees, working shitty jobs. Like, you're never gonna be an asshole to, like, a service person if you've worked a shitty job where someone's been an asshole to you. I think in the same way, if you learn about other languages, or you go out of your way to learn a little bit about another language, you kind of like, you realize how kind of fucked it is that everyone has to learn English, the language that you just speak. And then also like realizing, like, I think most people that I'm friends with know this. I think most modern, emotionally intelligent English speakers understand that English is actually it's a pretty difficult language to learn. It's kind of a mess. It used to be more of a mess. I'm friends with a boomer who's kind of a language nerd, and anyway, Old English used to be like even more of a mess. They simplified it a lot, but still, it's like, I don't know, when I listen to like, when people who aren't native English speakers explain to me the things they struggle with in English, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, of course you struggle. Like, of course, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I think when you grow up hearing a language, you just kind of like learn it intuitively or whatever, and you're not thinking about, oh yeah, it doesn't fucking make any sense that, like, well, we've got all these words from different roots and stuff, and like, how does a plural work? Well, it depends. Is the word, is it Greek or is it fucking Latin? I don't know. There's just, it's all these different kind of combinations of rules from other languages, and like, oh my God, your A vowel makes like 5 different fucking sounds. Like, that's not intuitive, like, at all. You know what I mean? You learn like, you're learning like Spanish or like Japanese or something. It's like, you're like, oh, thank God the vowels only make one sound. Like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm very sorry to everyone who has to learn English. Grateful that you have learned English, and like, sorry on behalf of all English speakers that we're very dumb and isolated and we don't have as much of a reason to learn other languages. I think it's super useful. I think more people should. Again, I think it like would make people more appreciative of like people who have had to learn English. Like, if you as an English speaker have to learn another language, like, you kind of realize how unintuitive a lot of English is. Yeah, I don't know. I took Spanish in high school for like 3 years because I thought that would be the most useful one to know. Just, because there's a not insignificant amount of people in America that speak Spanish. And I really enjoyed it, but I'm pretty out of practice. I could never speak it very well to begin with. I think I read it pretty decently. Like, especially if it's kind of easy, like living in LA, like, there's a lot of signage and like billboards and stuff that are in like Spanish, and it's like I can read a billboard in Spanish, but I've been meaning to like take classes. I've been meaning to like go take a Spanish class or something where I could like actually practice it with people, or there's a grandpa that lives on my street that like goes for walks sometimes, and I haven't gone for I haven't been out going for a walk in a while, so I haven't encountered him. But a couple times I've encountered him, and he sees me and he just starts speaking to me in Spanish, and I've sort of been like, I don't speak it very well or whatever. But he kind of like, I think is like, well, practice with me, you know what I mean? And he'll ask me questions, and I can tell he's asking me something. Like one time I was walking back from the airport. The airport is relatively close to where I live, and I had my like suitcase or whatever, and he was asking kind of basic learning the language sort of questions of like, oh, when did your flight come in? And like I could tell that's what he was asking me, but I was like, I can't think quickly enough, and I'm also not good at like numbers beyond counting to 10. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to say like 5 p.m. or whatever. You know what I mean? Like off the top of my head, like while I'm like exhausted from having traveled or whatever. But I don't know. I'd like to get better at that, like having like conversational Spanish. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like I think I can read it okay. But yeah, that's kind of it. I need to get better at practicing it. The amount of times, especially living in LA, where I've like encountered someone who is speaking to me in Spanish, and I'm like, oh shit, dog, I'm sorry. Like, can you say that way fucking slower? Like, it's not gonna happen. But yeah, I ought to do that. I ought to like take a class or something. I know there's like apps and stuff, and I could just like learn it from an app, but I'm not gonna. I don't like that the little app is like, oh, don't break your streak. Like, shut up, don't tell me what to do. I think I'd have to like actually go take a class or something to like, and again, I think like part of it is like practicing it like with people, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of part of what makes it, right? My wife, Katie, took, I talked about this before on stream. She took, ASL classes. She was, like, pretty into sign language. And she really liked that. She really liked the kind of, practicing it with people and conversing. And because it's also a very, like, physically expressive language. And she really misses that, so I don't know. I think we should get back into taking language classes. I think it helps you understand the world better. But yeah, I wouldn't say I'm fluent in any other languages. And I would like to learn more Spanish. I also think I'm going back to like the Capsule's comment about chili. Like, I think there's a fine line between like, because sometimes when I hear an English speaker pronounce something exactly the way it's supposed to be pronounced in its native tongue, I'm like, it sounds like, I don't want to say performative, but you know what I mean? When someone's like, I think saying Chile is fine, right? But like, or like I think there should be like a middle ground, right? Because sometimes when someone's just like, I don't know, like I've heard a lot of like, when you hear a white person or like an English speaker just be like, what's the one, like Nicaragua or something, and they'll say it with the like the soft G or whatever, and a rolled R, and you're like, whoa, like it feels a little bit like oh, you're showing off, you know how to say that word in the language that it's from. Like, you know what I mean? And I think for the sake of like maintaining the flow of conversation in the language you're speaking, like I think there's got to be an in between, right? Like, you know, like I don't like I'm not going to say jalapeno obviously and like I know how to say like jalapeno, right? But I'm not going to like I'll say like jalapeno or like jalapeno or something, like where it's like kind of half with an English like accent, but I'll still do the like inye or whatever, you know, like I don't know. I think there's got to be like an in between where you don't sound like a douchebag. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyway, you know what I'm talking about? Like I don't want to sound like overly like I don't know. There's a street in the town that I'm from. It's a prominent road and it's German and you can tell how long someone has lived in the town by how they pronounce the road. Um, it is pronounced Jungerman. But you know, it's spelled with a J. It looks like Jungerman. And the family who's lived there since forever, who the road is named after, is like they go by younger men. Like I went to school with their daughter. But also it's like, well, it's not literally younger man. It would be like Jungermann or something, right? Like in German, but like no one's going to say it with like a full German accent or whatever. So you come up with an in-between, which is younger men. Like, anyway, you do the J that sounds like a Y. I don't know. I feel very, to me, it feels very like there's got to be a middle ground. Okay, all right, I'm gonna catch up with the chat now. I hope I didn't say anything like wildly offensive. I'm a Captain Jack son, but a butterfly moon. Sorry, DDR astrology. Okay. You'd have to filter the amount of views for specific videos, but then you get views from Welcome to Hell, divide by 100. Oh, we got a math boy in the chat. Or girl. Or Indy. A math nerd. I'm saying boy like BOI, like just guy, like person. That reminds me, I have people are learning English than people is speaking. Wait, that reminds me. I remember a video sharing that more people are learning English than people speaking natively. Interesting. I have Latino NB. I feel like the E ending is better. Neutral ending for it. Yeah, okay. Wiggly fruit. I agree with you on this. It's not my place as a white person, but like I agree. Like the E as a neutral. I think that makes a lot more sense to me. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong. There are some. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. Aren't there some gender neutral Spanish words that use an E for the ending? Like, I think it's kind of already built into the language, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who, but I've also read something like that, from some other, like Spanish speakers. So I agree with that totally. I don't think the X sounds very good, but also I don't know, like it's not really my place to weigh in on this. And I do kind of wonder. It does sound like I don't know. I don't know who came up with the X. It sounds like a thing white people came up with, but I don't know. Oh yeah, Americans. Yeah, dude. Yeah, most Americans don't speak English properly either. I've started embracing like saying things that I know are improper English just because I think it's funnier. Like, and it's an elastic language that's kind of like it's one of those languages that has a lot of room for different. I mean, all languages have room for dialects, but slang and stuff like that, like there's a couple things that I've started saying deliberately the wrong way because I just like fuck it, who cares, like it's funnier this way, or it sounds more natural this way even though it's like technically incorrect. Green gay. Okay. about us, but we don't need to learn about them. I'm Black and Filipino, but was born in the US, and having a white male-centric learning curriculum is exhausting. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Does purgatory exist in Welcome to Hell? What if someone believed in an afterlife but lived a very lackluster life? No horrible sins, but not exactly a good person. I guess they could go to purgatory. I don't know. I guess, so there's like multiple different like uses of purgatory too, right? Like, isn't there, like, some people use purgatory to mean like this sort of like waiting, this in between until you're like sorted, until your shit is sorted out and you can go to one or the other. I don't know. Unrelated, but Jonathan has been stuck as the all-time low Nirvana and Nine Inch Nails kind of guy in my head. I'm not projecting. I am. Okay. Oh, sorry. So the E ending in Spanish was created by queer Spanish speakers. Okay, for some reason I thought there was some Spanish words that had a neutral E in them, like ending already, but is that something specifically that was created by queer Spanish speakers? I didn't know that. That's cool. That makes more sense to me. E does feel like the gender between A and O, if that makes sense somehow. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like phonetically it feels non-binary. Also, by the way, Alex Stubbs, the person who asked me about how I feel about the English speakers not having to, learn any other languages. You have said that learning English has been very fun, by the way. That's good. I'm glad it's fun for you. I just spent all this time being like, yeah, it's so fucked up, but like, I'm glad that you're having fun learning it. English is 5 languages in a trench coat, yeah. I just joined. Why are people talking about this? Someone asked, like, as a non-native English speaker, how do you feel about, everyone having to learn your language? And we're just kind of discussing that. It's good for the rest of the world that English isn't that hard to learn. I've been practicing Mandarin, and that language is so hard for tones and endless ideograms. Yeah, I have heard. Yeah, there are certainly harder languages than English, but okay, sorry. Okay, I was just catching up on everyone's little language anecdotes. Love to learn Italian because someone mamas and mamas. That's funny. I really want to eat a big burger. German is very hard. Tried for 2 years, none of it stuck. I've heard German is really hard. What's interesting about we in my high school we had Spanish, French, and German classes that you could take, and there was one day where all of the teachers kind of like alternated and just taught like a single random lesson. And I remember the German teacher was like, his sort of pitch for German was like, look, I know it's really hard, but a lot of the simple one syllable words that you have in English come from German, actually. House, dog, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, oh, that's interesting. I never, but yeah, it's, or not, from, you know what I mean? Like from the root language. Yeah, ASL is sorry. ASL is American Sign Language. Because there would have to be different sign language for every language, and also within like ASL, there's also different dialects. Like my wife's teacher was black, so the kind of ASL that they were teaching was like it had a little bit of like I don't know if there's a different term for it. I don't know if it's like I don't think it was like AAVE ASL or something like that, but like the expressiveness was like a little different, and sometimes the teacher would explain that like I think I don't, I'm kind of talking out of my ass here. I'm like trying to remember what she told me about it, but she was saying that like there's slightly different like gestures or whatever depending on, you know, there's dialect, I guess, within sign language as well, which makes sense. um yeah. There's a line between pretentiousness and being an idiot. Yeah. Jalapeno. Sorry, I think I'm super behind in the chat. Let's see. Capsule says in New Orleans we have street names after the muses from Greek mythology, and Calliope gets pronounced Calliope. Calliope. That's so funny. I didn't know how to say the word calliope for a long time because okay, I've always encountered it in playing music. I've always encountered it in terms of the instrument, and I thought that it was called I didn't know how to say it. I was like, it's called. There's an instrument called a calliope, but it's a but then I was like, oh, it's calliope. Duh. Like that's one of those words that like you don't like if you've never had to say it out loud, you don't like put it together for a second. There's a lot of words like that where it's like, oh, I've read this word a million times and I've never said it out loud, and I'm like terrified. Like a colonel is one of those words, like the like the military position, and it's spelled like colonel, right? And it's just like if you've never said that word out loud, you're like like I don't know. uh oh, okay, sorry. Wiggly Fruit clarified there are gender neutral words that use e, and that's why queer Spanish speakers adopted it. Dude, okay, no, that's another point too, right? Like the X sound in Spanish is not pronounced the way that people say it when they're using it as a gender neutral thing in English, right? Like, ah, man, yeah. I agree. I think the E is the way to go. Not that my opinion means anything, but I say Bologna how it's spelled because it makes me so mad that it's spelled like that. I love that. Lasagna. Bologna. What was it like storyboarding on Tuca and Birdie? That's funny. No one ever asks me what it was like working on real TV shows. It was fine. It was good actually. I boarded on season 3. I kind of had an opportunity to board on the first season and I didn't take it. Because I was like balls deep in Welcome to Hell. I mean, I don't know if I would have actually gotten the job, but and yeah, I worked on season 3 and I quite liked it. I kind of felt like when you come on to a show that's been going for a while and everything's sort of already set up and there's already kind of a pipeline, that's kind of nice because you yeah, I don't know. But it was also like I feel like some stuff in the early season got like this is not important. It's just interesting like seeing the way a show's pipeline is set up. Like sometimes you're like, oh, this is kind of like counterintuitive, but I bet it's just been set up this way from the get-go, or like as a remainder from like working on BoJack or something like that, and it just hasn't been updated. But it was interesting, like at the time they were using Flash to do storyboards, which is interesting. That took a little bit of getting used to, but it was fine. I liked my team a lot. I liked the people I worked with. I liked the director. You know, a lot of like working on a show is kind of like the people you're working with. And sometimes you can like get paired up with a team that you don't really vibe with very well. But yeah, I liked my team and I liked the director. He was the kind of guy that did a lot of like handling shit so that you don't have to. Like if anything was like on fire a little bit or a mess, like a lot of times he would take care of it, which was kind of nice. You like having a director that like looks out for your team. But yeah, it was cool. It was fun. I liked Tuca and Birdie is one of those shows where they kind of give you the radio play and you board to a radio play, and you know there's some disagreement as to whether or not that's, you know, you're also doing like timing or whatever, you know, like editing. But like, I don't know, different shows just kind of do things differently, and this is one of those shows where you board to a radio play. But what I kind of liked about it is like it's not like totally locked, like the radio play is not like totally locked in. So if you wanted to kind of try something out, you could sort of pitch that. You could pitch like, well, what if we did it like this instead? But of course, then you'd have to like actually edit the radio play. And that's like a little more work than most people are willing to do, understandably. But I did like the idea that like there were a couple scenes where a board artist had like an idea, a vision for how they could do something that wasn't exactly in the radio play, and so they'd like just be like, what if this instead? And the production was sometimes like, yeah, that's better, we're gonna do that. So that's kind of cool. Like but I don't know, there's other shows where like the board artists kind of like get to pitch their boards before there's like a radio play made, and you know, I don't know, it's just kind of, sometimes you're like really locked in. It depends on the kind of show. Like some shows are really like, no, this is the script, it's locked in, you don't change anything. Some you're sort of part of, you know, it depends on how like script driven or board driven a show is, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, I liked working on it. I had a good experience on it. And a lot of that was like my team. I think the team was really good. Yeah, and I like the show. I like Tuca and Birdie quite a bit, so it was nice to like board on a show that I actually like. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. Or another thing that I really liked about Tuca and Birdie. This is something that I could see some people maybe having a problem with, but sometimes on these shows, if you're boarding something and there's not like a prop design, a lot of times there is a prop design already and you just go find the prop and you use it. But sometimes there's not. And so a couple times it was like, oh, Tuca's eating a bag of chips or something. And the bag of chips is called something really specific. It's supposed to be like that universe's Flamin' Hot Cheetos or whatever. And so I was like, if there's not already an existing design for it, you as a storyboard artist kind of get to influence the design a little bit. Like if you go all out on your design, the designers are just going to be like, okay, and like use that. So I designed this bag of chips with like kind of like, it was like a Flamin' Hot Cheetos kind of thing, and like the chicken, it was like a chicken mascot or something, and I kind of like, I was really like, I got really into it, and okay, see ya, person who's peacing out, thank you for joining. But I got like kind of into designing it, and they kept my design, like they kept the Flamin' Hot Cheetos bag that I designed. So there's stuff like that like, I don't know, I'm always kind of excited to like sneak stuff in and see if it like stays. Like if you do a good enough design, they're just going to clean that up and be like, all right, less work for me. Or if it's like fun, you know what I mean? Like it's approved. There's another show that I worked on recently where it's not out yet, but there's an establishing shot of a building that a character works at that didn't have a design yet, and I made the building look like the studio, the animation studio. And I mean, they could have updated it or changed it if they wanted, but no one noticed it, and all of the different viewings except the creator of the show. He was like, wait a second, that's the building. And anyway, they kept it, so the show's not out yet, but I was like, good. I really wanted that to just be like a little joke for anyone who has worked at that studio before. I like that kind of thing. Where you get to like have your little tiny inputs, I guess. But Tuca and Birdie was kind of similar like that. Okay, sorry. Catching up. Sorry, I'm making all these disgusting mouth sounds. Hi, Erica. I know this is off the record from the current topic of conversation, but I just wanted to say thank you for being a staple of my childhood. Been a fan since I was 11, and I'm 19 now. Thank you for being a fan since then, and I'm glad that I didn't warp your fragile little mind. Big hug from the Dominican Republic. Thank you. Hitherto. Okay, yeah, that's another fucked up word that you've never had to say it out loud. Now that's a radio play. Yeah, the world's event from the 60s. I'm sorry, I'm just like catching up. I'm not reading a lot of this out loud. Did you ever use Storyboard Pro for boarding for studios, or did you use TV Paint? Yes. Storyboard Pro is kind of like the industry standard right now for storyboarding. No one uses TV Paint. I mean, not a lot of people are using TV Paint, and definitely they wouldn't. I don't think people were using it for storyboarding. I would say Storyboard Pro is the standard right now. Could Mephistopheles defeat V1 from Ultra Kill? I don't know what that means. If anyone in the chat knows what that means and you want to weigh in, please do. You said radio play when working on yeah. Yeah, I radio play, it's essentially that, the War of the Worlds event. Yeah, if I just kind of dropped that word and assumed that people knew what I meant, but like yeah, it's like the audio of a thing without the visuals, right? Like it's all of the dialogue and like some sound effects and maybe like a little bit of music or whatever. Um, that would be the radio play. And I guess that's a term for like when you've made that first without the visuals, you know what I mean? You just call it a radio play. Yeah, it's interesting. Storyboarding to a radio play is interesting. It's not how I do my stuff. But what is kind of interesting about it is that the editors who put together the radio play kind of have their sort of own interpretation of what the script is saying, and sometimes you can hear that in the radio play. The last show that I worked on again like was radio plays, and a couple times I like asked the editors like about like, oh yeah, like I like that you did, you know, or I ate lunch with them a couple times and was like, oh yeah, who did this scene? Like that was really funny. You added this. I don't know. It was just like, oh, it's that wasn't how I was picturing the scene necessarily, but the editor kind of like added something in, and I'm like, oh, that's funny. That made this into like a funny little insert shot or something that I wasn't going to do, but like they added this sound effect that made it clear they were picturing like an insert shot or like some specific kind of thing. And sometimes you can communicate that with just a sound effect or whatever. And I find that very fascinating too. And you know, again, like if I disagreed with that, I could like board it my own way and disregard the radio play, but usually the radio play is like pretty good, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna use, like, it kind of did the work for me. Like I don't have to you know, depending on your editors or whatever. But the last show I was on, I thought the editors were really, really good, and a lot of times it was like, oh cool, that kind of like, now I don't have to like really visualize and think about how am I gonna frame this or shoot this. Like the way it's edited, I can already picture it. Like the way the audio is, I was kind of like, I can already picture it. And I think that's kind of fun. Like for me, one of the joys of working in a studio system is working with other artists and sort of like extrapolating on their ideas and stuff. And so I kind of like that. I think that's really fun to be able to yeah, I don't know, just like, okay, well the editor had a vision for how this sounded, I'm gonna go with that. I think that's really fun. But yeah, every production is a little different. Everyone has their own way of doing things, and it's kind of interesting sort of like to be able to adapt to that, I guess. Working too clean. This is the wrong angle for his goggles, but oh well. Not be that tall later. I'm gonna save that. I guess I gotta look at the chat and find something to talk about. Capsule says, I love boarding to a radio play for my own stuff. It's easy to close my eyes while layering the dialogue and timing things out in my head. Yeah. I get that. I think when I'm Yeah, I don't know. I guess I kind of like do a back and forth when I'm like thumbnailing something out and putting together the you kind because you're switching between sort of doing two jobs, but I do feel like just editing the dialogue together and trying to feel out the timing of like, okay, how does this conversation happen back and forth, like when does this character cut in, and what is the pacing like, and then like once you have that kind of locked in, then you can like board to it more easily, if that makes sense. But my sensibilities on that also change. Like again, like I opened up a scene from Welcome to Hell 2 the other day and was like, oh no, this is too slow. Like I need to yeet a couple of these lines. I need to delete a couple of these lines, and then like and it would be cleaner, and it would drag less, you know, and it's like, oh, why did I put those there in the first place? Like anyway, so that's kind of interesting the way that sort of changes over time too. Mm. Of everyone talking about Bologna. um Erica, if you continue to do Welcome to Hell as a comic, will you continue it like you imagine as an animated series, or will you change the story format? I don't know. I've said this before many times, but like Welcome to Hell 2 is not like, if I was just making like a series, like this is not what the second episode would be. I kind of it's a little more extreme. Like this to me feels like maybe a like the stakes are really, they're really high. And this to me feels more like maybe a season finale or something. Um it's not a typical second episode for sure. But I think when I was sort of figuring it out, um I had the idea of like, I want there to be a journal thing, and it's about boundaries, and it's also about this touch mechanics thing, like how do they interact with each other and with objects. That's kind of what I wanted to explore for the second episode. But I wasn't really sure what the plot was going to be, and I was like kind of hashing it out with my friends, one of which was Capsule Ghost in chat. And anyway, yeah, and we sort of came up with the idea of it being this whole thing where Jonathan reads this book and is like sent to hell briefly, or the Shadow Realm, or wherever he is. I guess I haven't revealed where he is yet. But yeah, and it was like, oh, that's so high stakes. But also at the time, it felt like, well, it's been so long since since I posted the first Welcome to Hell. Like the fandom will be on board for it. Like it was like, you know, it just felt like at the time it felt like so much time has passed. Like they'll be in for it. Like, you know what I mean? Like they've been spending a lot of time with these characters, like, you know, drawing fic, painting Mozart, you know, drawing and writing fic and stuff, and you know, it'll be fine. They'll be like right on board with this. And so yeah, so that's kind of part of it, is I thought like, oh, sorry, I'm like trying to focus. I just kind of felt like it would feel like people had waited for it, and the stakes would feel like appropriate for how long it's been, even though it's not like the like, I don't know, almost like the stakes of like a regular episode 2 wouldn't be enough. Like it would need to be something big like this. I don't know. So I hope that works. I hope I'm right about that, I guess. Like I hope this is not doing what I wanted it to. I'm just gonna scooch it. You know. So anyway, I guess my point is I'd have to figure out what like an installment would look like. Like, is it just a little aside? Is it just a little like Sag and Jonathan are hanging out doing stuff? Or like would there be like maybe little comics where they're just doing stuff, and then like animatics where something important happens? I don't know exactly. My friend Kaylin, who also goes by Jazzlight, was talking about, like, that's his username. Kind of had this idea that we were talking about one time of like what he calls a floating IP, which is just like sort of this story or characters that you can tell it non-chronologically or just sort of come back to it in whatever format you want. You know, just as long as you're like making stuff about it. And I think it might be kind of helpful for me to think of Welcome to Hell in that way. If I'm going to make it myself, like it might be helpful for me to kind of think of it in that way. Like, oh, I'm just going to do comics right now, or, oh, I'm just going to do an animatic or whatever it is. Like, but it's making something in whatever format, and like doing whatever installment kind of feels right at the time. Like the idea of like you can like jump in here and there and be like, oh, this is something that happens like way later on, and this is like you can there's so much media that like is told non-chronologically. I don't specifically want to tell Welcome to Hell not chronologically, but I'm just saying like the idea of like currently the way I have it in dialogue, the way that it's set up is that like Welcome to Hell 2 takes place a week after Welcome to Hell 1. And part of that was just because I thought it would be funny if like it's only been a week since they've been like after all these years. But part of me is also like, well, I don't know, what if the next thing, like what if a little animatic or something I want to make is like day 2 or something, you know what I mean? Like between the start and end of this week, you know, like I don't know, I think that's an interesting idea. I don't know if I like that way I could do the actual episode too that feels more, you know, I don't know, like more of getting to know the characters kind of thing or something. I don't know. I think I'd need to kind of figure out what the format would be, or what I want to do with how I want to tell the story or how I want it to unfold. Well, I don't exactly know that yet, so I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if that answers the question or not, but suck. Alright. That's alright for now. Okay. Let's see what's going on. How long am I? Oh man, I've been over 3 hours now. Slightly used bologna. Sorry. Okay. Stupid question, but why is the series called Welcome to Hell if it primarily focuses on Earth rather than Hell? Maybe it's a hell on Earth. I thought it was a catchy phrase, to be honest. I thought it was like a cool, catchy phrase. And also it's kind of like, you know, in the instance where Sok gets like welcomed to hell, it is literal, but outside of that, it's kind of, you know, like what you would it's just like what you would say if something kind of sucked, and that was just the way it was. Like, oh, welcome to hell. Like, so there's a sort of hell in the endless shenanigans of a buddy comedy. I don't know. Yeah, let's see. Sorry, catching up. How is Sock mentally processing the events of Welcome to Hell, as in him becoming a demon and having his job? Is he stressed out about everything, or is he just rolling with it and isn't thinking about it much? I think he's rolling with it. I think he's fairly excited by it because it like gives him an opportunity to lean into the sort of like shit that made him fucked up as a human. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a job where he's encouraged to think like a sick little freak. But hi, my wife.
Hi, my wife.
I should call you Katie. The chat was like, is her name just wife? And I was like, well, you guys are calling her wife. Is. So yeah. Yeah, but I think it's a job where like he's a little excited by it. I don't think he's really thought about the implications of becoming a demon, and so that's like something I'd kind of like to explore eventually as well. Is just like what is that? How does he handle that? I think there's probably some downsides that he's not thinking about yet. Let's see. Is Sock lactose intolerant?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Probably not ever. He's dead.
He's dead. If he were alive, like, I don't know, just wait till you're 30, I guess, and find out.
By the way, I got the meat for tonight.
Oh, thank you! I was gonna go get the meat, but then I didn't. Actually, I need to probably end the... Dude, that's so funny. The chat was like, are you going to end the stream this time when your wife comes home? And I'm like, my wife just incidentally comes home once I've hit like the 3-hour mark, which is where I start being like, I've been streaming for 3 hours and I need to stop. Like...
You don't have to on
No,
mine.
I know that. But I'm saying, like, incidentally, I'm at 3 hours, 22 minutes now. Like, it always happens. But no, I was going to stop so I could go get that meat. But thank you for getting the meat.
Mm-hmm.
I told them my wife doesn't care if I continue to stream. I'm not like, you're very supportive and cool. And I'm not like stopping streaming because my wife came home. Oh no. She is very supportive. She's very supportive of me streaming. Yeah, there was a stream a couple streams ago where I was like, I wasn't going to stream because I was in a bad mood, but then my wife told me to because it would make me feel better. And she was right. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know if Sock is lactose intolerant. He could be. I feel like once you map, I don't know how old you are, but I feel like once you become 30, I feel like once you're in your 30s, you either like... What's the phrase I'm looking for? You gotta become intolerant of something. Like physically, bodily, not like socially. But yeah, I feel like it's either lactose intolerance or spice intolerance. You either what is it? You live long enough to see yourself become lactose intolerant. This shot is kind of insane out of context, yeah. Yeah. The original drawings that I had here were really boring, so I needed to make him do some, like, goofy, cartoony shit. As soon as JoJo starts guarding Lil, wouldn't Sock notice her following Lil immediately, since Lil shares multiple classes with Jonathan? I'm thinking about that. I haven't worked this out exactly yet, but I kind of like the idea of maybe, I don't know, maybe Sock notices her? Either he notices her and he sees her and he can't quite place where he knows her from, or there's some kind of thing where he can't see her until they like touch or something like that. I haven't really decided yet, but I kind of like the idea that he doesn't quite remember her, and she's like, "How dare you?" But yeah. Yeah, okay, someone's talking about the meme sound. Yeah, so this reminds me of a time that I was talking to my BF about Welcome to Hell, and he mentioned that every time I said Welcome to Hell, it reminded him of this meme sound. That meme sound is from Welcome to Hell, actually. There was like a TikTok sound that sampled what's that song? Counting Stars or Shooting Stars or something. It was that, and then they like clipped in a sample of Mephistopheles saying "Welcome to Hell," and like people like used that. That was like it was a TikTok trend for a while, and like incidentally, it is from Welcome to Hell. Like I don't think most people using it knew that, and I don't know who originated the sound, but it like every few years it like crops up again. But yeah, you can tell him that it's from Welcome to Hell. You could show him the clip. I think I made a TikTok using the sound with the meme sound with Welcome to Hell, like, and I played it from the part in my film where he says that. Hello, Erica wife. I married a woman named Wife. Her name is Katie. I can just start saying Katie, but I don't know. I guess I should just start saying Katie, but like I don't know how many people in the chat know who I'm talking about, so I've just been saying Wife. Zach's parents try helping Sock out with his homicidal tendencies, or did they not know? I think Sock's parents just kind of thought he was like a little weird or like a little creative. I think his dad sensed something was off, and his mom was like kind of defensive of him, like he's fine. But I don't know. I've also sort of played with the idea that like if they recently I was thinking about like maybe if they saw him doing something a little alarming, like trying to catch or hurt small animals, that like maybe his mom or someone would like get him like a little stuffed toy or something, like here, do that to this, you know what I mean, like just sort of like trying to, I don't know, sort of like deal with, like maybe they noticed it a little bit in sort of ways like that, but they didn't do too much about that. They kind of wrote it off. Hasn't it been mentioned that your wife writes? Does she write plays? Because I think I found her portfolio and I read a few things and they were very good. Sorry if that's just silly. Yeah, she writes. She's a writer. She went to school for screenwriting. She writes plays. She writes screenplays. She wrote a novel. She's working on a novel. She actually just got dropped by her agent, though. Not because her novel is bad, but because the agent isn't sure how to sell it. But yeah, she writes all kinds of stuff, and she does have a portfolio. I can link it if you guys want. She writes all kinds of stuff. She's a writer, like, through and through. Kathleen. Let me see if I can get it. It's Kathleen Grotzinger dot. I don't know. It's probably just Kathleen Grotzinger. It's cool. I can say her name. I follow her and reblog her stuff. She also has a Substack that she started recently, just as like a sort of outlet for writing stuff. Yeah, it's KathleenGrodzinger.com. That's her portfolio. And she's got a couple different samples of stuff there. Yeah, let me see. She's got plays. Some of these things are things that we worked on together a little bit. Yeah, film treatments, articles. Oh, she added some gay Final Destination on a boat. Yeah, she writes all kind of stuff. She was doing articles for Game Rant for a while. She's written a lot of plays. One of my favorites, if I could give some recs, I like Solar Derby a lot. It's an adult sports comedy show. I really like, where's her plays? I really like The Beginning Bear, and I really like Boy Band, and I really like The Queen's Fool. She doesn't have all of her plays up here. What the hell? She wrote this insane play called Boy Band that I was writing. It's kind of, it should be a musical, and I wrote a couple like demo songs for it. They're not very good, but Boy Band is an insane play about it's like in the distant, not too distant future, and it's like a lesbian boy band, and just sort of like the sort of drama of them towards the end of their, like the height of their popularity, and like how they're all about to split up and go their separate ways or whatever. But she was doing like, she was really interested in boy bands for a while, and you know how they each kind of have these different roles or whatever. And she manages to, like, I think very artfully combine a lot of sort of disparate ideas into one thing. That's something that she was working on during quarantine, and I think it's really, really good. But yeah, and it's told from the point of view of, like, you know how in all boy bands there's sort of like the big brother one, the one that's not like, he's not like the cool, like edgy one with tattoos or whatever, like he's sort of the like the safe one, you know. But anyway, it's told from the point of view of that character who's sort of like the boring safe one. But anyway, it's like a lesbian boy band, and each one of the characters is like a different sort of like lesbian archetype. That one's really good. I like it a lot. But yeah, no, you can, let me just, I'm just gonna like link her stuff, like in case anyone wants to like read it. Oh no! Whoops, I opened the wrong browser. Ah! No. Sorry. What am I doing? Oh, okay, this is my browser. I switched browsers recently. But yeah, she's a writer. She's very talented and beautiful. Let's see. Dismiss. Sorry, I don't want that. I don't want that open. I'll just link it if anyone wants it. Boop. But yeah, The Beginning Bear is also really good. It's about moms who collect Beanie Babies in the 90s, and it gets a little gay, and that's fun. But yeah, she's interested in writing like stuff for kids and also stuff for gays. Sometimes both. Okay, if Jonathan is now in hell, wouldn't Matthew be very annoyed with Sock right now? I mean, now he has to act as a teenager. Yeah. Yep, he has to fix this mess. We'll see some of that in part 2. Let's see. Ooh, this is interesting. Is Jojo already with Lil right now in the story, or in the hypothetical episode installment wherever she shows up? Will that be when she starts haunting and guarding her? That's interesting. I don't know, like, at this point in Welcome to Hell 2, like, within this week that Sock and Jonathan have started interacting with each other. I'm not sure. If this was like a regular show, like on TV, that was like parsed out, if I had it all planned out ahead of time, I think I would introduce Lil and JoJo in like episode 3, maybe 3 or 4. Like, I think you need a couple episodes of like figuring out, okay, what is like, here's the setup, and here's Sock and Jonathan's dynamic, and then like I like the idea of just like switching perspectives, and doing like just like here's what's going on, like, or maybe it starts from Jonathan and Sock's perspective, so we kind of like have context for who Lil is, and then it's like, I don't know, they like bump into each other in the hallway or something, and then it like switches, and now it's like, now we're with Lil for the episode, or something like that. Like, I think there could be an interesting way to sort of do that, but I picture it happening around like, if this was a traditional show, I picture it happening around episode 3. I don't know where that is in like the week of of that they've been interacting so far. It might be after that. If Sock has a hole all the way through his chest, does that imply that he somehow drove it all the way through his chest? Because wouldn't he just have a hole that doesn't pierce all the way? Yes. I just made him have a hole through his chest because I thought it was funny. It doesn't make sense that he has a hole all the way through his chest. Maybe I'll change that. Maybe I'll just make it a gross gaping wound. But, you know, I think at the time what I did was I wanted it to be like constantly dripping, and because the lines were so rough and sketchy, I was like, I didn't know how to show that it was like constantly dripping into itself. So I kind of just made it go all the way through. Like, you could see the blood, and like just all the way you could see through him, like the high contrast of like the blood against the actual background of the shot, because you could see through Sock. I thought that would be like, that was just kind of like the quickest way for me to like visualize that. I needed to have done a better job, I think, at like the visual development of that, rather than just like, I was just playing it by ear. I think the next time we see his spooky his spooky hoe, he is a spooky hoe. I think the next time we see his spooky hole, it'll probably like make more sense. But I don't know. It is kind of funny if it goes all the way through him. I know it doesn't make any sense. It's just it's cartoon logic, I guess. Will we ever get another thing of Sock without his hat? Yeah, it'll come off eventually. My son is creative. Yeah, exactly. The Queen's Fool is the thing that I read. Oh, me and my boyfriend want to do a little acting-ish read-through with our other partner for funsies. Oh, that would be awesome. The Queen's Fool, oh man. The Queen's Fool is fun. It's like a take on Twelfth Night, the Shakespeare play. Wait, Twelfth Night? Yes, Twelfth Night. That's the one with all the gender fuckery. Yeah, The Queen's Fool had a reading. It had a couple readings, and it was actually, there was a playhouse in Chicago that was going to like produce it, and we like had tickets and everything to go see it, and then the fucking pandemic happened. So it didn't end up getting produced, but. And that playhouse, I think, is under new management. Obviously, they didn't make anything that whole year or whatever. Like, it just kind of got dropped. But yeah, The Queen's Fool is also really good. It's had several. I think it's really good. It's had several readings. Yeah, it's really fun. I like it quite a bit. I'm glad you enjoyed it as well. It's yeah. It's one that I think she started writing when she was younger and wasn't really sure how to... It was like an idea that she had when she was younger and wasn't really sure how to finish it exactly. And when we started dating a little more seriously, she dove back into it. and it was something that like she was sending me the drafts of a lot, and we were kind of like going back and forth and talking about it, and she said it was something that she didn't know how to write until she like had actually experienced being like in love, I guess. So it's very flattering to me. But anyway, I think that's what she said. She said something really sweet like that, but not to take all the credit, but no. It's a really, really good one. I like that one a lot. It's very funny and heartfelt and queer. They all are. Final Destination script would make an incredible entry in this series. Yeah, she also wrote like a not a full script, but like a, what do you call it? Like a treatment, I guess is what you call it, for a Final Destination. We were watching all the Final Destination movies a while ago, and she's like, we gotta make a gay one. There hasn't been a gay one yet. So the only problem is the most recent Final Destination that came out like undid one of the rules of Final Destination, so now it's like, no, that's the thing that like her treatment was like hinging on. They retconned one of the rules of Final Destination, but anyway, so I'm mad about that. We ever get to see what heaven looks like? I don't know. I like the idea of, so much of Welcome to Hell is like, what if I didn't go all out? Like, what if I did the laziest possible thing to subvert people's expectations? But something I was thinking about is like, well, I don't really know if heaven is like, if everyone kind of has their own specific, like, tailor-made experience. I don't remember if Mephistopheles talks about this in the first film, or if I cut this line. But everyone has like, oh wait, no, maybe he talks about it in this one. In one of the ones where he's rambling about like heaven has this or whatever, like he is talking about the idea that like everyone has like their own like personally curated experience in heaven, and so then my thought is like, well, how would I represent that? I think the trick would be to just not represent it. Like, I kind of like the idea of like, whenever you see heaven, it's sort of like just a non-existent, it's like a void. You can't know what heaven looks like because everyone's is different. Also, it's just a really great excuse to not have any assets, to not have to draw a background there. You know? So I don't know. We'll see. But for now, that was one of my ideas, is like, yeah, no one knows what heaven looks like. I don't even know what heaven looks like. I think that could be kind of fun. But yeah, we'll see. Might I have him do that? Yeah, have him shake his head a little bit. Yep. That'll work. That'll work. Oh, I didn't draw his other arm. Ah! Oh no. Well, it's kind of gonna be here. Man, these poses are hard. Sock is a badly designed character. Who is responsible for this? Who did this shit? I'll go back in and clean this, tighten that shit a little later. That's fine. I don't need to draw that line right now. Okay. Yeah. Probably gonna go in a little bit so I can get ready for dinner and stuff. Turn that back on. Maybe. Does that work? Or is that too much? I don't know if that works. don't know. Maybe just a slight nudge. Sorry guys, I'm like really focused on how much of a nudge this needs to have. Okay, that might be it. I'm gonna play this back real quick, and I'm probably gonna fucking go. Yeah, it's not gonna play back the right way, but I need to fix his ear flap, but I think the timing is okay. Boom. Okay. All right. That's how I pictured the perspective change. Interesting. Do all spirits in hell have wounds they died from? Someone else asked that last stream as well, and I don't know, because I feel like, I mean, that would be really fun, but then you'd have like several very like decapitated people. I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. I think that makes sense. And all the wounds are holes. Just all wounds are holes. Oh, okay, let's see. The script mentioned it was doing something with a theater, and I was wondering, oh, I didn't know that. Maybe I should tell her that it says... she might have listed on the website that it was going to be produced by a theater, which I would not take off of the website, even though it didn't happen, just because, like, you gotta... It's one of those things, you know, when you're working on a resume, you gotta make it sound as good as possible. So it's like, well, no one needs to know that quarantine happened and it didn't get made. But yeah, I didn't know that it said something about that up front in the script. Question, IDK, if you'll see this, but how come Sock's stab wound isn't visible through the shirt? You got me. I don't know. Yo, I just saw this. You were my childhood. Thank you. Yeah, I'm about to stop streaming. Not like forever, just like for today. But I've been doing it like once a week. And there's a part 2 out. There's Welcome to Hell 2. Part 1 is up on my channel right now. And I'm working on the part 2. So, yeah, hopefully more will come soon. Was the music from Welcome to Hell 2, specifically the scene where Jonathan was reading the handbook, inspired by Beetlejuice? The music sounds similar to the score at the beginning of the movie. It wasn't specifically, but I do think the Beetlejuice, what is it? Is it Danny Elfman? I do think that Danny Elfman goes hard. The music where he's reading the handbook is actually, this is a stretch. This is a real pull, but like, so it's actually, bear with me. It's the melody of I Will Never Be Your Friend transposed to a minor key, played in a style that I consider similar to the opening song from Welcome to Hell, the first one, which was kind of like a little tango piece that a friend of mine wrote in high school. But I kind of like, I was like, what if I Will Never Be Your Friend, evil version, tango pacing? And that is what that music is right there. And I just played it on piano because that's all I know how to do. That said, the sort of like creepy playfulness of like a minor key tango, I think, is not dissimilar to the creepy playfulness of a Danny Elfman score. So it is quite possible that there is something in Beetlejuice that sounds similar. But it wasn't specifically inspired by Beetlejuice. But like I am going for like creepy, fun, spooky, playful. So tell that to the creators of Devil Wears Prada. Sorry, that's funny. 2014 was also 12 years ago. Oh, hell yeah. 4 hours to animate what I can do in 1 second. Dude, good point. I'm subscribing to this guy. Hell yeah. Okay. Erica, what's your favorite creepypasta? Oh man, I don't think I have a favorite creepypasta. I think when I was younger, I would have been like kind of into the ones that are like a video game that does like, oh, there's a thing in Pokemon where I don't know, there's the ghosts in Lavender Town or something. I don't fill in the blanks. I'm not like crazy into creepypastas, but I do like the idea of ones that are like, well, there's a video game and you can like do this and this and that and like, and it'll like do this creepy thing that you can unlock that's like in the code somewhere or whatever. Like I think there's something fun if there's a level of like, what if you could do this in real life though? Because there's an element of like, because there is an element of like digging into a game's coding and finding like your shit that like got left behind or like little pieces of something like that. I think there's something where there's a believability to it, like it could have been a thing and you could have like encountered this, because like plenty of people have like played a video game and like found a weird little glitch or something like that and just been like, oh, what the fuck, it feels like you've uncovered some like terrible mysterious secret that's been hidden. So like I guess I kind of like that sort of thing. But yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Oh, I'm sorry you guys. This guy's all bugging you in the chat. Um Oh no, sorry. Okay. I mean, yeah, if you guys are having fun, that's cool. Like, let me know if you want me to. I followed him, so, like, it's. I don't know. I mean, he has some interesting points. But yeah, let me know. I mean, I can block him or kick him if you guys want. Are there any silly nicknames that Sock might call Jonathan to bother him? um. Eggs you on. Yeah. I mean, he calls them like hot stuff and, maybe just kind of flirty names or whatever. That'd be really funny to see his names get like more and more ridiculous. That would be kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. That could be fun. Hmm. Alrighty. Ooh, I could add him as a moderator. Chaos. Oh man. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Did you think Soccer Jonathan have freckles? Please tell us. Um. Oh, is that? Oh, whoops! I hid their messages. I don't know if that like. Oops. Okay. That would be really funny. I'm sorry. I there was an option to hide messages. I didn't mean to delete the messages. That was an accident. But oops. Sorry. If you guys still wanted them there, I was just kind of trying to like stop them from like bothering people. I have the option to either like hide and remove the user from appearing in the channel, or I can. Oh, I can't click on him anymore. Or I can put him in timeout. And timeout seemed really funny. Like, I like the idea of being like, nope, you go in timeout. Like, I think that's really, really funny. But I don't know if that would like incentivize them to like come back with more, like, I don't know, and like bug you guys even more. I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, sorry, I just didn't want it to turn into like, if you guys are having fun, it's dunking on him, that's cool. But I didn't want it to turn into a thing of just like everyone trying to like compete for like attention or whatever because this guy's like clogging up the chat. But anyway, I'm gonna save this and it's gonna take forever. Also, I had to. Yeah, why should you have fun when a robot can do it for you, dude? Yeah, I was watching this like reel earlier today or video whatever on Instagram, and this guy was like, I guess he got a comment from someone that said like, hey, older people, what did you do when you were like when you didn't have phones? What did you do when you were bored? Like, what did you do if you couldn't scroll on your phone? And this guy was like, look, the feeling of being bored is like, the way he was explaining it is like that's your body's like response to like to motivate you to do something, right? Like I mean, obviously you go outside or whatever, you play outside, whatever. There's other stuff to do, like get good at a skill, right? Like he's like, why do you think like anyone ever became a musician? It's because they were sitting around and they were like, I don't know, I'm bored. Would be cool if I could play guitar. Like boredom sort of motivates you to do something fun to alleviate the boredom, right? And it's like, and that's how you get good at stuff and you develop skills and you like, and hobbies and have fun is like, you kind of have to be motivated by the threat of boredom, right? And he was kind of talking about that, like the thing about just like doom scrolling on your phone or whatever. I mean, we all do it a little bit, but like the thing about that is like just like waving something in front of your face to like you're like just sort of numbing the boredom feeling without like actually doing something to alleviate it. Yeah, and I think that's like pretty. I think that's pretty true. That seems like fairly accurate advice to me. Like I think about like, I mean, when I was a kid and I was doing stuff like drawing, it was because I mean, it is kind of because you're bored. It's because you're a kid and you know, like what else? What does a kid have going on? You can do whatever you want, like within limits. Obviously, you're a child. You can't do whatever you want, but like, you know, yeah, it's just sort of like, yeah, you start drawing because it's fun, and what else is there to do, you know? So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, drawing is fun. Like, you're not. I think something that a lot of like individual proponents of AI are not understanding is like not just like I mean it's because they're thinking of it as a way to like make money or a way to you know, and it's like, okay, well, art isn't. I mean, art can make money, and it does. And what's interesting about the entertainment industry is it's this kind of weird combination of art and business, right? But it's like people do this shit because they want to, because it's fun, because they have like something to say or stories to tell, or you know, like it's not because it's hard. I don't know. I mean, for some people, it is like it is a challenge, and they like a challenge, and they. But learning a skill is the fun part, right? Like, you're not just like, yeah. I don't know. It's so weird to me the sort of mindset of like a shortcutting your way to making art. You're like taking the process of making art out of it. It just doesn't make any sense. What is the point? I don't know. But anyway, that's fine. Honestly, that's a big part of why it's taken so long to do Welcome to Hell is because I like fussing. I have a lot of fun fussing over animation. Like, I need to get better at it. I need to get a schedule, and I need to. But you know, it's like I don't know, man. Like I don't know. It's just fun to do. Like, but anyway, I gotta get going soon. Get ready for dinner. How long have I been streaming? 4 hours! Holy shit, you guys! We did it! We fucking did it! I don't know what we did, but we did it, you guys. I also need to mail this. I have some pins that someone ordered. I'm gonna go mail the pins. I have pins on my big cartel shop, and there will be keychains soon. I will post about them when they happen. But, yeah, okay, one last catch up of the chat, and then I am gonna bounce. Time out for AI, bro. Like a baby. Go to the penalty box. Go to the pear wiggler! Yeah. You're so determined. We're still working on the same project for years. I would have given up already. Thank you. I should have not given up, but I should have. I didn't mean for it to go on this long. I don't think of what I'm doing as determination. I think of it as poor planning. But thank you for turning it into a compliment. I really appreciate that. Hopefully, you know, I put it out there in the world and people can see it or like it or not like it. And then I can move on and either make more Welcome to Hell or more something else. I'm just like happy that people are interested in my art, and I'm happy to share it with people. And I've kind of done a bad job of scheduling. But you know, yeah, I feel a little silly when I think about it, about how long it's taking. But um but yeah, I just want to share my shit with people, and people seem to like it, so that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry it's taking so long, but I'm just kind of working on getting it to a point where it feels like it's close enough, and then I'm going to put it out, and then I can move on. And maybe in the future I'll have more scaled down projects that are more completable. So yeah, we'll see. But in the meantime, I am enjoying working on it. I just wish I was. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. You have to. I talk about this all the time. Like, life gets in the way, and you have to have a job, and you have to visit your family, and you have to go to jury duty, and you have to fix your car, and and you have to have a job, and then also have the creative capacity to work on your own stuff outside of having a job, and it just gets trickier. So when you do actually get to work on the thing, you're like really relishing working on it, because there's just nothing else kind of that gives you that feeling, and putting it out there in the world is a big important part of it, but also having something to work on and work towards is a big part of, I think, what keeps you feeling like I'm an artist who makes stuff, and so I have incidentally sort of created this like thing that I'm like, no, I'm not done with it just yet. Like, because what will my life be once I'm done? Anyway, but yeah. So when I was younger, I used to make a bunch of toys and whatnot out of paper. Oh, that's cute. I love that. I made like little accessories for like my toys and stuff, like out of paper, and or like I would sew them, like hand sew little clothes and stuff. I'd like to get my evil little paws on those plushies. Hopefully there's more plushies. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I think U2's is interested possibly in doing some more. We'll have to see, like after the Jonathan plushie goes out into the world. And I am gonna do another plushie drop with Makeship as well. So there is another chance to get the Makeship sock plushie potentially. But yeah, we shall see. Hi, Erica. I'm a friend of Mike H. Oh, and most of the satellite crew. I wanted to say how much I love your work, and welcome to hell. Hope you're doing okay and finding steady gigs during this industry slowdown. Thank you. Do I know you in real life? I must. You should message me or something so I know who you are. But, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you've been finding work as well. I have. I've been lucky enough to work on Long Story Short season 1 and 2, which was like, it was nice to have like an actual show. There's only a handful of stuff happening right now, but that was really cool to kind of have like semi-consistent employment when things have been kind of not consistent. So thank you. I appreciate it. Need a Shadowthan plushie. Yeah, we'll see. Alright. The comments make this an Irish goodbye. Dude, I'm sorry, my whole life is an Irish goodbye. It's that, and it's a Midwest goodbye, like all of the things. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is what it's like in real life too. I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I'll talk to you later. And then like an hour later, I'm like, okay, now for real. I'll talk to you later. All right, I am gonna go for real now. So my whole life is an Irish goodbye. It is. Thank you. I should use that in something. I mean, isn't everyone's whole life really an Irish goodbye? We're all just delaying the inevitable. All right. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning into the stream. I will stream next week, and thanks. And this will go up, after after I hit end stream. So, all right, I'll see you guys next week.